Hello. That's okay. Yeah, so we haven't met since November, so a lot's happened in the interim. Happy New Year to those I haven't seen since then. So I have to start this meeting with a sort of sad announcement of the death of two former Lord Mayors, Anne Spoke-Simons, who passed away on 27th of December, and also Beryl Keane, who passed away very recently, this month. So, was there anyone who would like to say any tributes to either of those? Yeah, so I'll start with Mike and then move on to presumably.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I knew Anne Spoke-Simons, I guess, for 30 odd years. Very much initially a party political animal, and not my party. When I moved into Wolvercote, there were 3 Tory councillors, 2 city councillors and 1 county councillor, and they were all Tories, and of course that's radically changed. But having said that, in her later years, when I got to know Anne better, she very much would be prepared to listen to ideas from whatever direction they came. She had an open mind and listened to ideas. She was a stalwart, a member of the community, a member of organised the Historical Society and the Horticultural Society, and was always writing articles about local history, and very good they were too. I last worked with her when we were organising the War Memorial to the World War I airmen on Wolvercote Common. That was last year and the year before that. And she worked very hard to make sure that that happened. She was a great servant of the community, and we shall miss her.
Just like to very briefly add that she was at Lord Mayor's drinks just before, just a few days before she died, and in fact she went up to Lady Mayoress and said, "See you at the next women's luncheon," but that was never to be, so active until the very end. So Christine, would you like to say something about Beryl?
I would like to say something about Beryl, but I'd also like to add to what Mike has said about Anne, because she was a lovely woman and a real servant of Oxford, and she made a real impression on our city and she'll be well remembered. Beryl was a Lord Mayor of the city. She was a councillor for many years. She served her communities in Cowley and Iffley. She was an extraordinarily hard-working woman, but she was also a very kind person, very, very kind person. I just remember her being very kind to me, actually, on one occasion. She was also extremely, apart from her sort of political abilities, she was very talented in other ways. She was a fabulous cook, and she made wonderful cakes, and she carried on making wonderful cakes for her local community association, CARA, right up until last year. She also was very creative in terms of making fabulous knitted objects, which she used to sell to raise money for the Labour Party. And she was, with her husband, Brian, to whom we must send our huge sympathy, a terrific member of the Oxford community. I mean, Brian and Beryl came from Norfolk, as a lot of you will know, and they came here because Brian came to be the agent for the Labour Party in the 1980s, I think. And the contribution that they both made as councillors, as mayors, to our city is tremendous, and we should be very grateful to have people that are willing and able to really give their lives to our city and to making things better for people in their wards, in not a noisy way, not a flashy way, but a quiet, humble way, and that's who Beryl was.
Thank you, and as is tradition, I'd like to sort of have a minute's silence, standing minute's silence for those two great servants of the city who are sadly no longer there. So we now move on to apologies for absence. I have some apologies for lateness from, would you like to read them out?
We have apologies for lateness from Councillor Bailey-Summers, Councillor Correas and Councillor Howlett. I have apologies from Councillors Harris and Humberstone, and Councillor Hayes begs leave to leave at the tea break.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other absences that people know of? No? Okay, we'll move on to item 2, declarations of interest. And because of the motion we have before us on the proposal, the initial ideas around extending our sort of private rented scheme on sort of to landlords and licensing around that, I asked for some legal advice because I'm aware that a number of members do own properties that they rent out. So I've just asked for some legal advice from Anita.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've sent an email round to all members, but most of you won't have had an opportunity to look at it. But in terms of the motion number 2, which is relating to the licensing of private rented sector homes, my view on that is that this is at a very early stage without considering a particular scheme. And therefore, I don't think that members need to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest should they have rented property in the city. If on another occasion members were being asked to consider a specific scheme, then any rented properties that fell within the area of the scheme would amount to a disclosable pecuniary interest. But today it's premature.
Thank you. I personally feel, as chair, a little bit uncomfortable, and Anita was saying that obviously members are free to express if they feel they're conflicted to say so, and I would like, I own just one property that I rent out, but I do feel conflicted, so I won't take part. I will obviously continue to chair, and I've asked for a dispensation from Anita to do that, but I will abstain on the vote, even though, as you know, I'm generally supportive. So. I think it's important that the chair is seen as impartial on items such as this. So we now move to the minutes from the meeting on page 21. So does anyone have any questions or comments on the minutes? No, I'll consider those as accepted. Appointments to committees. Do you have any appointments to committees? Councillor Brown, any appointments to committees? No. So now we come to announcements, and I have, it seems a long time since we met, I have a few announcements. Firstly, we had a royal visit, and I've had a letter of thanks from the Countess of Wessex, which people can have a look at if they wish, thanking us for hosting her visit. Some of the significant events, obviously leading up to Christmas is a busy time. I went to numerous carol services, concerts and events, including Lord Mayor's carol service, so apologies to those who had to put up with me singing. Lord Mayor's drinks, which was very well attended, so thank you all those who attended. I think it was quite a post-election release for people, so it was good to get together and have a drink. And obviously, in that vein, also went to the menorah lighting on Broad Street. I've mentioned the royal visit, but actually the Countess of Wessex was visiting the Jubilee Centre and looking at a very interesting project for disadvantaged children to encourage them into university, to give them that sort of extra start. Also, a sort of slight warning for future Lord Mayors and civic office holders. I was invited to the Agri-Social Charity Road Run in Thame, which from the name of it sounds like a charity road run. In fact, there's a load of tractors going through the centre of Thame. So just a little bit of warning, some events are not always what they seem. I was welcoming many dignitaries actually over the last couple of months, but also went to see the Iraqi community and Chinese community, and obviously celebrated Chinese New Year, and would wish to welcome everyone a Happy New Year, a Chinese New Year. I did also, to my sins, perform twice on stage for my charities, singing and playing guitar, so that's, hopefully most people missed that. And just actually by way of sort of, I wrote because it's Chinese New Year, I wrote a sort of instructions to council in the form of a haiku. So, council has started, set your mobiles to silent and voices to loud. There we are. So that's your instructions. No need for applause, but if you want to donate to one of my charities, very happy to do that. Sheriff, do you have any announcements?
Only very briefly, my Lord Mayor. Like you, attended an event before Christmas, which feels like forever ago now. It was also slightly before the election, in the form of the Freeman's annual dinner. You of course, and these were there as well. And as ever, the Freemen were excellent hosts on a thoroughly enjoyable evening. And also the royal visit already referred to has not in fact been the only royal visit, because of course the Princess Royal, as I believe is her habit, came to the farming conference that was held here a couple of weeks ago, specifically attended a debate in the Oxford Union on, God, what was it on now? Does seem a long time ago. Renewable food sources, in effect. And I have to admit that was, frankly, seeing as she's one of the best members of the royal family, a huge honour, and I learnt a hell of a lot about the various elements of security surrounding royal visits that day. So highly instructive. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for deputising for me on that occasion. And now, announcement from Leader of the Council. I think you, Susan, you were going to refer to Alex, and there's an item on our agenda to which this refers.
I was indeed, Lord Mayor. So the item is on the local plan, and as I am allowed to do, I'm deferring to the relevant cabinet member.
Thank you very much, Leader. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The briefing note has a short summary of where we are with the local plan. I thought this was an opportunity to update council formally and allow questions to be asked. I think the Constitution allows that procedurally if anyone has any. It seemed a better opportunity than just sort of sending a note round to people, though of course members are always entitled to ask officers where we are at. I also wanted to use this opportunity, because it's the first one since the local plan hearings closed last month, to put formally on record my thanks, and I hope the whole council's thanks, to the planning officers. I sent a note to them, and I wanted to convey to members what the inspector... Now, inspectors tend to be tough people. They're not there to make friends. As you know, our inspector has been pretty robust throughout the entire process. But at the end, in his summarising remarks, he said he paid tribute to the Oxford City Council planning team. He said he'd never seen a more professional group of individuals, and he had never seen a better job done. Now that's high and rare praise indeed, and I wanted to convey that to the council and put on record my thanks to those officers for that professionalism and for the work that they've done. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions about the local plan process going forward that may not have been answered by the briefing note itself.
Yes, and that briefing note's just on page 9 of the papers. So if anyone has any questions, and obviously I'm very happy, Alex, to put on record that support and thanks to our planning officers. Is there any? Andrew?
Yes, just to say, to echo what Alex said about the professionalism and hard work of our own planning team. Also, it might just be worth pointing out that the inspectors also said that they would like to thank the council, and through this letter, all the participants for their helpful and well-researched contributions. Since I was one of the participants, I'm going to take that as meaning me. Just one little phrase that sort of jumped out at me from their letter was about, we discussed in the hearings the need for the council to maximise opportunities to deliver housing within the city, and especially on brownfield land. something that we in this side have always called for, and we hope that that will be done to a greater degree than it has been in the past.
Yes, Alex, if you want to respond.
Yes, I think some of the contribution, I can't recollect Councillor Gant's contribution. I've no doubt it was insightful as his last remarks. I think there were an awful lot of extremely well-informed local groups. I think the gentleman from Headington Heritage was startlingly impressive, and I think probably we'll wait to see what the local plan inspector says on that, but I thought his contributions on some very fine detail in the Headington Conservation Area were, yes, almost as impressive, if not more impressive, than Councillor Gant's contributions, which I'm embarrassed to say. And on the point about the policies, I'm sure Councillor Gant will read the inspector's letter and then read the report from the local plan inspector, which appears to be heading towards upholding this council's policy position pretty much in full.
And maybe I could just ask a question on timing, Alex, in terms of, it looks like this will come back to the new council, which will be a joy for a new council to have to deal with.
That's correct. The final consultation on the main modifications, which for fans of these things can two capital M's, capital M for main and for modification, we'll begin those as soon as possible, but they will end at around the time this council goes into purdah for the elections. That also gives the inspector an opportunity to look at the responses to those to that consultation process, and so we expect the report probably to arrive very soon after the local elections. At that point, the council has two options. It can either accept and therefore adopt the local plan, or it could not adopt the local plan. It can't amend anything at that stage. That will require a special council meeting, and I think the dates we're provisionally looking at are either the 4th or the 8th of June, but it'll be for your predecessor, I've no doubt, to advise on her or his successor, not predecessor, sorry, successor, to advise.
I'm sure Colin's very keen to take up the mantle, but...
Well, as a sage, yes, his sagacity is always welcome, but yes, I was thinking more of your successor. We'll advise on which of those dates is most appropriate.
I think it's a perfect job for the new Lord Mayor to chair a meeting like that, as one of their first. Thank you very much for that, Alex. I'm taking it there's no more questions, so we can move on to item 6. We don't have any public addresses or questions. On to item 7, Bullingdon Community Centre project approval. I believe Councillor Tidball is just left. Fine. Councillor Tidball is now back, and so we can... A minute. So just to allow you time to get yourself seated, I was expecting you to propose item 7 about the Bullingdon Community Centre.
Well, that was the most exciting full council's been for a while. Thank you very much. I'm absolutely delighted to bring this report to full council. And this report really is a product of a lot of hard work, not only from our officers, but also from the Bullingdon Community Association and local ward councillors who have worked hand in hand with officers and have been incredibly important in shaping the design and engagement along with the local community. You're being asked today to grant approval to replace the existing end-of-life building and also to delegate to the executive director to work with the head of law and governance to award the contract to Oxford Direct Services, subject to other tender submissions, and also to recommend an increase to the total budget by 200,000, so that the total is 1,403,000. Just to give a little bit more background, this is an exceptionally well-used space. It has over 60 hours per week of bookings and around 400 visits per week. And actually, a full needs assessment has been undertaken that highlighted that community facilities within this area are limited, and it's the only community centre within the wards. there is also a shortage of meeting spaces. Not only that, but actually the growth of the population in the area, and particularly amongst the BAME community, makes such an important and vibrant community centre absolutely essential. Part of the reason, as you will see in paragraph 13, for the increased budget is as a result of the requirements in Regulation 25B, which we are absolutely required but also dedicated in implementing. This will be one of our first close to carbon zero community centres, and that's led to increased costs of £200,000, which is why we're coming to Council to ask for that budget increase today. You'll see further information around its benefits in paragraph 30. And it really, the proposal to replace this end-of-life facility with a modern facility with flexible space, much more accessible space, is a really exciting opportunity for that community. And it will enable much more inclusive use in line with various areas of legislation and our own determination to move forward in the equality agenda. So I recommend this report to you today. I'm very grateful to all the work that's gone into this, as I say, by officers, but also by Bullingdon Community Association and ward members. So, thank you.
Thank you. Just being reminded that we're only looking as a council at recommendation 3, which is obviously the budget approval, but the whole report is obviously there before us for people to ask questions about as they relate to the budget. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah, Liz. Roz. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the report, Councillor Tidball. I'm absolutely delighted to see that the community is going to get this sort of facility, and to hear that it's going to be so environmentally tip-top and carbon neutral. That is an amazing thing to do. Bit concerned about the ever-increasing costs. Obviously, you've mentioned something about a planning condition. Would have thought possibly that would have been actually seen before you actually got to this point, possibly. Maybe not, I don't know. You're shaking your head, so not. You've answered my question there, thank you. But can I ask, what is the likelihood of any more increases in costs for this facility for the community, please?
We also have a question or a comment from Mark Ligo, if you'd like to comment, and then you can answer the questions at the end.
I was just going to second it, so it's
Okay, so we've got you down as a seconder. Christy.
Yeah, I very much welcome this development. I'm very familiar with Bullingdon Community Centre and with the people that run it. But the point I'd like to make is that there have been some ups and downs with this process, which people, that is the case. And I think that I'm delighted that the way that this has been addressed has been to involve members of the Bullingdon Community Association in the actual process of taking forward the capital programme, but also in the design and the implementation of the plans of the community association. And I would just like to say that I hope that kind of model of involving members of that community association could be one that we could see possibly replicated in future capital developments, because I think it's so valuable to have people that actually know what's going on the ground involved from the outset.
Thank you very much, Chrissy. Councillor Kennedy, yep, and then Stephen.
Today I attended the Holocaust Memorial Service in the Assembly Room. The Lord Mayor reminded us that the theme of this year's Memorial Day is standing together. That sentiment is clearly expressed in the importance that Oxford City Council places on its community centres, which enable communities to stand together. So it's appropriate today that we are being asked to approve the extra finance for the rebuilding of Bullingdon Community Centre in my ward, Lye Valley. The new building will provide more letting space and will continue to welcome all members of the diverse groups in Lye Valley. There's clearly still some uncertainty about the precise timetable. I think, though, that it may be harder to persuade Prince Harry to open the Bullingdon Community Centre than it was to persuade him to come to Barton.
Councillor Curran.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too have spent quite a lot of time at Bullingdon over the years. It's a fantastic community centre. It's in a brilliant location. It serves a massive area. It's the only facility we have in that area. And over the time this has been talked about, one or two people have said to me, I'm not sure we can afford to do this. But I would say that we can't afford not to do it.
Thank you. And Councillor Lloyd Mason.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to echo what my colleague Pat says, and also what this stage they're actually going to approve this. But much more importantly, that community actually serves the need of a wide range of diverse groups of people. And in a place like that, you do need a center or somewhere where people can actually come together and celebrate what it is their community. So I'm grateful that this has come to council. Hope that the council will approve this because it's a much needed, center. And like my colleague said earlier on, I hope this model of working could actually be used going forward when we engage with community, not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Orphan, we seem to have moved into statements as well. So.
Well, no, I spent many years as a church minister, and there's plenty of evidence that building renewals, replacements, refurbishments provide a major kick to a community. Because they bring a lot of people who haven't been involved, maybe haven't identified with the centre. They suddenly get involved, and it can really bring new life. And I think the human dimension to a community centre is obviously the critical one. So I very much welcome what Councillor Sims said, and I hope that in supporting this development, that it will actually bring a whole lot of life. I can tell from the report that there's lots of activity already there, but community associations can go stale. People can, but this is an opportunity to draw new people in, new sort of life and blood into the committees and all that sort of stuff. So I think it's really great. It provides a good opportunity for that, and I hope that they can build on it.
Thank you very much. I was going to draw it to a close now, but okay, Susan, if you just want to say briefly.
I wasn't going to speak, but Dick's inspired me into it, sorry. Well, as another sort of ward councillor for the area that will be served by this community centre, I mean, I do understand what Dick was saying there, but I just wanted to pay tribute to those people in the Community Association who have worked incredibly hard and been incredibly dedicated about this project, and they have done a fantastic piece of work. I don't doubt, in fact I know, that they absolutely would welcome new blood into that community association to help them out and to sort of bring a diversity and so on into the community. But I think it is really important that, as I think Marie expressed when she was introducing the paper, that we pay proper tribute to the community association who've worked doggedly to get us to where we are today, as well as officers for managing to get us to this place. But I remain really excited about the prospect of this new community centre.
So now I can move to Mark if you wanted to just formally second, or you want to say anything, then I'll move back to Marie.
Just quickly, I won't repeat what's been said. Although Bullingdon Community Centre does sit in the Lyme Valley ward, it is served well by residents in the Churchill ward and more so Wood Farm. Personally, I'm absolutely delighted. Someone as a young kid who used to use the Bullingdon Community Centre, who used to play football there, and also had my late uncle who ran some very successful football clubs when there was 18 teams at Bullingdon. So it's great. So I just want to thank Jessup Cook Architects, the community's team and councillors, but more importantly, the association who managed to get it over the line. And big thanks to the chair and all the committee in all fairness, because they have challenges and hold us to account, and rightfully so. I'd just like to thank everyone for that. Thank you.
Great. Marie, if you'd like to try and sum up on some of those things.
Well, that was wonderful timing, because two of the really brilliant and active members of the Community Association have walked into the public gallery at that very moment. So my huge thanks to Barbara and Richard Bryant, without whom we wouldn't have arrived at this point today. And it's been a real pleasure working with them to get to this point, as well as many other members of the association. Just on just the sort of technical point raised by Councillor Smith earlier, I think if she was referring to Regulation 25B, that is in fact a building regulation rather than planning, and the costs are known, as we've said, and that's already in paragraph 13. Officers have worked very hard to make sure that costs are clear and bottomed out. And the feasibility work that's been done to do that and to be very clear about where that stands is set out in paragraphs 8 through to 10. So I would urge her to look there for reassurance. In terms of what my colleagues have said, Councillors Kennedy, Lloyd Shogberson, Councillor Curran and Councillor Ligo, I absolutely echo their sentiment. Our community centres and community spaces are at the heart of our communities and are the places that people meet and remember all the way through their lives as being important places where they have met other people, made friends, and had important life experiences, and that we are developing and investing in the times we find ourselves in a new community centre in a part of the city that needs it so much, I think is something that we as a council should be proud of. And you're absolutely right, actually, it's what happens in these buildings and making sure sustaining that that is extremely important. Myself and officers have been working closely with members of the association to make sure that that work carries on whilst the centre closes its doors for the time that it takes to build the new centre, particularly focusing on work that we could do collaboratively for that to be a place and environment where climate change is tackled, and where more work is done collaboratively with the local community on equality and inclusion work. So the behind the scenes period that we find ourselves in whilst that community centre is rebuilt will be a really important process of renewal and rejuvenation, though it doesn't need it really, for that association as they prepare to reopen their doors and also extend the offer there. So I think that's responded to most of the points there, yeah, thank all once again for enabling us to get to the point we are today.
Great, so we're voting, just to be clear, agenda item 7, paragraph 3 of the recommendation to increase the total project budget by 200,000. So those in favour, please show. I think that's unanimous, so thank you very much. Moving swiftly on to item 8, integrated performance report for quarter 2, 2019-2020. I believe that's going to be proposed by Councillor Turner. I don't have a seconder. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Brown. So would you like to introduce it?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. So just I think by way of reminder, this is obviously our quarterly monitoring report across the piece. The reason it comes to council today is because there are a couple of items where a decision is needed. I won't go through all of the report in detail, because that's not what we're discussing today. If you have any questions on it, I'll obviously do my best. I think there are two recommendations. One is around covering the cost of 4 extensions and the funding of that for the HRA capital programme. The extensions work that we do is really, really appreciated. As people will know, we've got large families who do end up overcrowded sometimes in our accommodation, and so the large units of accommodation are really appreciated when we do have the opportunity to do that. So I hope Council can approve that. The other, probably more, the other chunkier item is around really the conclusion of a lot of work which officers have done to get our capital programme back on track. I think members will recall that in recent years we've had a bit of a pattern of underspend on the capital programme. In one sense, of course, that can be, something that's welcome if individual schemes cost less than we might have expected. But what it has, I think, meant is that often schemes have been over-optimistically timetabled and planned. Members have sometimes contributed to that, if we're honest. Sometimes we put things in the budget without necessarily being really tough on ourselves about whether feasibility is proven and whether the timescale that we've set is realistic. That's then meant we've ended up with an underspend on our capital programme. So what we asked officers to do as part of the revised capital programme process that members have been briefed on is take a really hard look at the timetabling of schemes and their viability and the budget envelopes, and then report back variations. Aileen Carlisle, who's no longer with the council, did a lot of work on that. Tom Bridgman and Nigel Kennedy have also been very involved, and really, my thanks to the officers for going through it. What it showed, and the fact that a lot of the schemes do have to be re-timetabled, is that there was something of an issue there. This represents the culmination of the work in trying to get ourselves back on track. And therefore I'd like to recommend those two changes to council. I'd also emphasise that there will always be an element of change in a capital programme delivery. Sometimes we'll have to do extra consultation. Sometimes there'll be an additional planning constraint, or a discovery, or something will happen, or the right people won't bid, or whatever it might be. But we do want to keep that to a minimum. That then links with our next item, the Treasury Management Plan, because it means we'll be able to keep cash invested for longer, rather than drawing it down for projects which then don't proceed in a timely fashion. So hopefully Council will be able to agree this. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, just formally second, or do you wish to say anything?
I'm going to reserve my rights.
Right, okay. So do we have any questions at all? On the, I guess, quite a big item. Well, maybe if no questions, I'm surprised. I will ask a question. So we've got something like 35% of the capital programmes taking into account the very welcome underspends, something like 35% reprofiling, which isn't that just another term for slippage? And how much of that is actually genuinely reprofiling through matters outside of our influence, and how much of it is simply because of our poor capacity to deliver?
I mean, well, one person's reprofiling is another person's slippage. Any slippage is reprofiling. I mean, I think in truth, Lord Mayor, there are a range of factors at work. So, I mean, if you look down the budget, for example, customer, you've got the full list of bullet points from item on page 48 onwards. Sometimes we need to review our options. So you can see that, for example, on the customer relationship management system. Sometimes we do some work and we had in place a full budget. This was the case on 1-5 George Street, but that shows that actually it doesn't make sense to progress with the scheme in the way initially proposed. So I suppose that's then a change. You wouldn't call it slippage because it's not about the timeliness of delivery. It's about what it makes sense to do. Trundle Down, pedestrianisation of Queen Street with dependence on another agency there, the County Council. And so it goes on. So what we've tried to do is give a flavour in the quite extensive text explanations of what all this is. But I think we've got to be upfront. We have also had some, I think coming from members and officers probably, some optimism bias built into our capital programme. I think we've got to be honest and say that. And that is because people want to see a scheme happen. So let's say you and me, Craig, we got together and we devised a scheme which would support e-bike infrastructure in Oxford, right? Something we'd probably both like to do. We'd like to see it happen. We'd say to the officers, can you deliver a scheme? And then we put money in the capital programme at budget time, and we'd be really keen. And they'd say, we can do it in 3 years' time, maybe when we get the cost. We'd say, no, it's really important, 1 year's time. And we probably have officers as well that really believed in it, because we were working with them. And then all of a sudden, we'd have a scheme in the capital programme in 1 year's time, but it wouldn't necessarily be livable. So this is really, brought quite some rigour and some sober reflection on the timescales across the piece, alongside the normal uncertainty which I think will happen with a capital programme of this scale. Would also emphasise we're quite unusual in having a capital programme of this size as a district council, so that probably also has something to do with it, and we've invested in the capacity to deliver schemes in a more timely fashion in future.
Thank you. I'm sure there's lessons there, not just for us on e-bike schemes, but for every councillor with an optimism bias. Yes, Councillor Gotch.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I say, I should have said this earlier on, apologies for sitting down, but vertigo is a very funny syndrome to have, and sitting down is more comfortable for me. Can I say, first of all, thank you for your part and other people's parts too in this morning's memorial to the liberation of Auschwitz, 75-year liberation of Auschwitz. It was a very impressive ceremony. Thank you for your participation. It was both moving and thought-provoking. Thank you for that. I've got 3 points that I can make very quickly, if I may, questions. Instead of spending £200,000, which I know is mentioned on the existing Jericho Community Centre, has a business case been instigated in order to consider buying the adjacent boatyard and including the new community centre? It seems sensible that would be the way to go forward. Second point, Seacourt, the area that's proposed for the extension of Seacourt has been flooded for the last month. How on earth you're going to deal with that in terms of foundations and things, I do not know. But if you remember, going back a year or two, we did propose that instead of invading the Greenbelt and the floodplain, that in fact we should put another deck on top of the existing car park at Seacourt, and that would have avoided the problems. We were told no. We were told that it would cost too much. Well, the original budget, which I think Councillor Turner will recognise, he got approval for £2.5 million, as I recall. It's now at £6.5 million. It's gone up nearly 3 times. So therefore, the financial argument doesn't hold water, does it? And thirdly, something else at Redbridge, the coach parking places will be lost at Redbridge by the works that are proposed there with the transfer station, etc., etc. How many coach parking spaces will be lost, and what's proposed for replacing them?
Well, thank you for your compliments on the service. I know we've got 2 declarations of interest, I believe, presumably because Jericho Boatyard was mentioned.
Yes, I need to declare a prejudicial financial interest, whatever the words are, in the first question and leave the room, and then presumably come back and try and answer the second if Ed wants me to.
Okay, that's going to be fun. Okay, if you feel you should leave the room. Ed, I'm hoping you can answer the first question, then we can call...
That was nicely done by Councillor Gotch. So we've got a bit of a shimmy-shammy here. In terms of the Jericho Boatyard, I mean, it's been a difficult one to deliver because my understanding is that it relates to essentially, it's not a scheme the council controls. It's one which relates to the actions of a private owner. And that's why you can't bring it to them. So it's one of those areas, isn't it, that we were talking about, where you do have uncertainty built into the capital programme. Certainly there has been some contact. I think they're waiting a planning application. I'm not aware of the direct question about spending the money on something different directly being asked. I'm happy to ask officers to look into that. But in doing so, they'd obviously need to understand whether that was permissible in terms and viable. To me, it didn't sound like it would necessarily fly, but very happy to take up Councillor Gotch's question with the officers. On Seacourt, Alex will probably now re-enter the room.
Right,
and may want to say a word or two. Suffice to say, we are... I tell you what, well, suffice to say, I'll hand over. Here we are, he's back. Alex, do you want to pick up the Sea Court questions? Yes, there is a question later on the agenda with the actual accurate figure, not one you've just made up. Clearly, the build has been, as was included in the risk register held up by flooding, that was always a risk and was part of the scheme when it was approved at Cabinet and by this council. It is not true to say that a debt option at Sea Court was ruled out because it was too expensive. It was ruled out on planning grounds because of the impact on the view cones, and that was made abundantly clear at the time and had no relation to cost. I don't know what the cost of a debt option would have been, but I suspect it would have been quite significant based on other debt options. So I think that's it for Sea Court. What was the other car park? Oh, Redbridge. Yes, so on the Redbridge car parks, there isn't a proposal to get rid of the coach spaces. We will update you on that as and when schemes are brought forward, but there is no proposal to get rid of the coach spaces temporarily or permanently.
Thank you. I think we'll move to a vote on this, but could I just ask for a point of clarification? We're just voting on recommendations 2 and 3 on the environment and approving the revised capital programme. In approving the figure revision to 59.962, are we also agreeing the reprofiling, so years 2, 3 and 4? It's not really clear from that recommendation.
It's a fair question, Craig, and I think years 2, 3 and 4 will be part of the budget that we set. I think what we would do is this would, I mean, clearly by agreeing this, Council would, I think, be intimating what it would be likely to agree in the budget, but then next year's capital programme will take forward at budget time. I think it makes more sense to focus on this year, really, if that helps.
I think that's clear. Just the members they're not sort of prejudicing any future decisions. It's really just this year's budget. Okay, so we have those 2 recommendations in front of us. Item 8, page 45. Those in. Oh, sorry. Someone reserved the right to speak. But okay. Yes. Sorry, I was reminded. Sorry, Susan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will be brief. I really just wanted to pick up on the point that Ed made, which is about the extent of our capital programme and the fact that this is incredibly unusual for a district council. I do think most of our neighbouring authorities would love to have a capital programme such as ours with as much investment going on in our city. And I think, you know, it is a tribute to both members collectively in this chamber who have committed themselves to managing these sorts of schemes and putting them forward and generating the income over many years to ensure that they can be done, but also to officers for making sure that we do actually deliver on these schemes. And they are many and complex, it is fantastic that we are going to see this level of investment in our local economy, in our local communities, and in our local businesses. And I think this is really important.
Thank you. So now we can move to the vote, I believe. So those in favour, please show. Those against? And abstentions? Thank you very much. Moving to item 9, Treasury Mid-Year Report. I believe it's you again, Ed, and I'm looking for a seconder. Susan again.
Yeah, thanks. So again, this is partly by way of update, but there's one substantive change. The update, I think, most usefully is on paragraph 10. That in this section of the budget, we'll have a slight overachievement of income, which is good. Although you'll see the explanation for it is ultimately slightly less good. What we've been able to do is keep money invested, which would otherwise have gone out by now by way of loan to our housing company. The housing company is now cracking on with its schemes, but it's taken a while for some of those schemes to progress. And so the loans haven't yet gone out of the door. and the Treasury income is accounted for here. Whereas the housing company income is accounted, the housing company interest payments would be accounted for elsewhere. The other is just around broadening the potential for indirect property funds, so that we no longer restrict ourselves on in that aspect of our investment to indirect property funds. Instead, we might consider multi-asset funds. I think that's an option rather than necessarily a certain intent, but it does give us more options in order to have the appropriate balance of risk around the authority. I know the finance panel has had a look at this whole area, including in the context of the bid in the consultation budget to invest more in property, and so it seems to me to make sense, perhaps almost offsetting some of that we might look at multi-asset funds as well. I think that suggested change should be understood in that context.
Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak now? Or reserve? I'll try and remember this time. Okay, so if anyone has any questions, Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, it's quite a few years now since we resolved to disinvest from fossil fuels. It's part of our strategy. Have we actually managed it yet? Can we say with confidence that we have no holdings in the fossil fuel industry? Do you know?
Councillor Gotch.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Two more points which really overlap between 8 and 9. Jarvis District Council has a new cemetery south of Kidlington, not far off from the city boundaries. Would it be sensible to investigate, is it happening, that we could share that cemetery, share the costs, etc. with Charwell, with their permission, obviously. Final point, new house numbers, applications and employment spaces are both well under in this financial year. What's being done about it?
Thank you. I haven't seen any more hands, so Councillor Turner, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I could certainly do the first one. So we don't invest in fossil fuels. Nigel gave a confident nod in that direction. I wanted to make eye contact with him, but no, we don't. We do practice the policy that we've got. I mean, actually, there's some quite good and interesting work going on in different ways of achieving other objectives of our Treasury income as well. So, for example, there's a consortium of local authorities that are looking to offer options in this area in socially beneficial projects, and I think this is an area we'll continue to try and use our money to achieve wider goals. Also, of course, something to be part of the climate agenda as well. I was struggling a bit with Councillor Gotch's question, the relationship to the Treasury management strategy. Lord Mayor, might we be at cross purposes?
Councillor Gotch, I'll give you an opportunity just to clarify.
Simply to say, I said it overlapped between 8 and 9. It's the questions really are related to saving money, which will affect directly motion 9, or at least item 9.
I'm not sure that helps. I still see a puzzled look on Councillor Turner's face.
I think yeah, I mean, the Treasury Management Report is quite an accurate report about what we do in terms of our Treasury investments. I'd be quite surprised if the purchase of a cemetery ran through the Treasury Management portfolio. So, Councillor Tan's laughing. To be honest, the point wasn't even facetious. It's just there's quite a narrow range of things you can run through Treasury. So quite often people will say, we've got this really good idea and we think the council could invest in it. It might be a good idea for the council to invest in it, but you can't necessarily run it through Treasury. So I think that's a separate question. I mean, I think if I know we do have some discussions about cemetery space. My suggestion is if Councillor Gotch wants to drop an email to Councillor Upton. She will be glad to correspond with him and to look into his ideas.
No mutterings from the ranks, thank you. So, Councillor Susan Brown, do you wish to? No, fine. So we're now moving to that. I'm sure everyone knows what multi-asset funds and indirect property funds are. No need, of course, for any explanations. Those who wish to vote on, we've got this two-part recommendation on page 65 on agenda item 9. Those in favour, please show. Those against? And abstentions? Okay. Thank you very much. Moving swiftly on to item 10. So this is for Councillor Rowley is going to present use of Section 106 and retained right to buy receipts.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll try to be brief because this is part of a larger report which you have on your papers, which has been through scrutiny and Cabinet about how we bring together various pots of money to deliver additionality in provision of social housing in the city. Most of the report can be done via agreed by Cabinet or done via delegated powers. What we need Council's approval for, and I hope you will approve today, is to bring forward £3 million of spending from next financial year's budget into this financial year's budget in order, it doesn't say that in the report, but I can now discuss that it's in order to purchase 45 social rented houses within the Sanford Road site near the hospital in Littlemore. Those are houses which were agreed in the planning application. A registered social landlord or provider is needed to manage them, and I think there is no better social landlord than ourselves, and it is most convenient considering the time scale of the development that the City Council manages those houses. So I hope that will be agreed, and I will obviously endeavour to answer any questions.
Do we have a seconder? Yes, sir. Yeah, Councillor Tanner. Do you wish to speak, or reserve your right?
I wish to very much welcome this initiative. More council houses in Littlemore can only be a good thing.
Councillor Rodsmith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Delighted to see this extra spend going into having social rented. Will any of them be key worker houses at all?
On the particular development in Littlemore, the planning agreement was that in a change to our usual proportions, there would be, as I understand it, 45 social rented and 75 key worker houses. Is that correct? Yeah, I believe I'm almost certain that was correct, because the development is right next to a major NHS hospital, and therefore it is the perfect place to provide key worker housing. That's not something that our planners would, or indeed our planning committees would normally agree to, but it seemed the correct site on which to vary our policy for the provision of key worker housing. It's not specifically for that hospital, but I understand it will all be predicated for NHS workers.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. Shall we move to a vote on it, unless you wish to say anything more? I think you've already summed up. Item 10, page 83, we're voting on the third recommendation there, approving capital budget 3 million expenditure using right to buy receipts. Those in favour, please show. I believe that's unanimous. Thank you very much. We're doing well today. Move to item 11. Back to Councillor Turner on the council tax reduction scheme.
Councillor Tidball's going to do it, I think, Lord Mayor. I've said it.
Yeah, thank you. We bring this report for Council to consider the feedback from the recent consultation on proposed changes to the council tax reduction scheme. And the report recommends Council to resolve to adopt the new local council tax reduction scheme for 2020-21. In opening on this report, I just want to say we are one of a few handful of councils who have retained their council tax reduction scheme at 100% liability, something that I am particularly proud of. Such a retention demonstrates our commitment to financial inclusion and homelessness prevention in the face of the government reducing their funding towards such schemes through the revenue support grants. The proposed changes to the scheme can be seen in paragraph 6. The changes, just briefly, that affect the council tax reduction scheme to be applied from the date of the claim rather than the Monday after the change. That we would leave a council tax reduction claim open for 6 months whilst there is a universal credit application in place. The impact on the claimant is that their CTR claim will be dealt with sooner, is the hope. And the third area that we went out to consultation on was whether or not to introduce a banded income approach for working age claimants in the same way as universal credit claimants are treated. Having consulted on those 3 issues, as you'll see in paragraph 7, it's proposed that the Council should apply the first 2 changes to the 2020-21 scheme and consider introducing income bands for all claimants when devising the 2021-22 Council tax reduction scheme. And just a note, so that everyone's aware, in the 2019-20 scheme, which was approved last January, almost a year to the day, and that allows for an income band scheme for residents on universal credit to be uprated annually in line with changes to the national minimum wage and the Oxford Living Wage. It's not necessary for us to consult on this annually, but it was included in the consultation to check that it was still relevant and this was still supported. So I move this report and the recommendation that it makes for Council to adopt it.
Thank you. Can I consider, Ed, are you seconding? Dennis?
Reserve my right to speak.
Okay. Any questions at all or statements? Councillor Landell Mills.
I think this is very good and sensible, a pragmatic approach. What is the review? What's the review process, and how quickly? How does people's incomes get reviewed? Is it through the? How does that take place to modify changes?
I'm sorry, just to clarify, do you mean in terms of our scheme more generally in the banding,
No,
or do you mean on individual?
On the individuals.
Well, whilst it's an open claim, I think they can return back to officers for review. I'm very happy to send more details from colleagues if that would be helpful. Yeah.
Councillor Sim.
I was just thinking about your remarks at the beginning of this session. This is the first time that we've all met together since the general election. And we now know that we have at least another 5 years of Tory government and Tory austerity. And I think that this report and the fact that Marie have emphasised we're one of the few local authorities that can still do this is how important the local state, local authorities are in trying to protect the living standards of the poorest people in our communities. Because we have, this is not the only example, there are other many examples which we will see, we have seen and will see, throughout the evening and throughout the year. But I think it's very important that our role as a local authority in looking after our people and being there at the front line when nobody else is so important. And I would just like to say that I hope that, we as a whole council are united in being able to do that over the next few years, because for many people it's going to be very tough and they're going to need us.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I know when this went through finance panel, certainly there was cross-party support for it in line with that. So Councillor Turner.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps two questions or comments, if I may, Lord Mayor, in a similar vein. I mean, one is I'm really glad that we are doing this. I think it's one of those decisions, wasn't it, amongst quite a few where quite big reductions were made in welfare entitlements under the coalition government. There was the bedroom tax, abolishing the local social fund, freezing housing benefit rates and unlinking them from rents. And I think one of the things that shows is that decisions in government have consequences, and they of course outlast the term of Parliament. And so these are decisions that were taken between 2010 and 2015. I think in light of what Councillor Sim just said, she's right. They're things which will carry on till at least 2025. And so certainly many of us won't forget the decisions that were taken in that period. My question, and I don't know if Councillor Tidwell knows the answer, but obviously we've got a range of local authorities of different colours in surrounding areas. Is Councillor Tidwell aware of whether any of those other local authorities run by other political parties also retain the full level of entitlement or not?
Well, I've just heard from Councillor Ross-Smith that there is, but maybe you can. The question was directed at you, Councillor Tidwell.
I'd have to check, is the answer.
Right, so I haven't got any more questions, or so we can move to a vote now. It's on item 11, Council Tax Reduction Scheme, and the recommendation is on page... I thought you'd summed up again. Fine, sorry, do sum up. My apologies. It's been a very long day.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Well, not much else to add. I mean, just to say that the fact that we've retained this 100% discount, as you'll see in the banding, has benefited over 1,000 people. And actually, the impact that this therefore has on those individual lives is a significant one in the face of what my colleagues have highlighted, that has been the cumulative impact of a number of punitive policies that have affected people across our cities by the national government. And I'm immensely proud, partly in thanks and due to the effective Oxford model that we operate here in this council, that we are able to still provide such a generous scheme. So yes, that's what I wanted to say in summing up, and happy to go to the vote.
Thank you.
The answer to Councillor Turner's question be circulated to members.
Sure, I think that would be fair. Thank you very much if you'd circulate that, Councillor Tipple. So we now move to a vote, item 11, and we're looking at the sort of recommendation 3 on the papers on page 97. Those in favour, please show. I think we have unanimity again. Thank you very much. And now we can move to item 13, the Constitution Annual 12, Constitution Annual Review, which Councillor Chapman, yes, you've got your hand up. Councillor Rowley.
Lord Mayor, I apologise to you and Council as a point of information in order to avoid having misled anyone. It's a long day, my brain has started to function. The Littlemore development will in fact include 25 key worker houses for NHS workers, 45 council houses. Sorry.
Thank you for clarifying that, and I appreciate your determination to have accurate information, all too often lacking in politics. So now, Councillor Chapman, I believe you're going to introduce it. Do you have a seconder?
Chamber from the cross.
Well, we have a few hands. I think I saw Councillor Lygos first. So.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. What you have in front of you is the outcome of the cross-party constitution group, which met 3 times before Christmas in a fraternal and sororial and constructive way. And I believe that the recommendations in the paper have the support of all the parties in the chamber. We looked at a number of issues, and in the covering note in the table on page 116 and 117 and 118, you can see the key changes that are being proposed in the Constitution. I don't intend to labour these one by one, but happy to take questions about them. and therefore, in the spirit of the fact it was very much a non-political cross-party discussion, as it should be, by the way, because the Constitution, in my view, needs to serve the whole council, all its councillors and all those who elect it. So in that spirit, I propose the changes to the Constitution as in the papers in front of us.
Thank you very much. Well, we do have a suggested amendment, which has been on the paper that's been circulating. And as you say, Councillor Chapman, we do try and avoid discussions on Constitution at full council because the document itself is rather large and we wouldn't want to enter into too much discussion. But we do have an amendment that's been ruled in order in front of us. So I'm just going to first ask our legal officer, monitoring officer, for some advice on this amendment which has been circulated from the name of Councillor Henwood to all members. And just to be clear, just to make sure it does get discussed, this might make me unpopular, I'm going to second it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In terms of the proposed amendment, there are 3 parts to it. The first one, which is the part I understand the Lord Mayor has seconded, is in relation to the order in which motions appear on the agenda. And that obviously at the moment is in relation to groups, and then an independent motion appears, and then it goes back to groups. So that's seeking to change that and to give a single member the same position as a group in that method. The other 2 amendments, which relate to community infrastructure levy, the first one in change at paragraph A is dealt with under the legislation, and that would be the situation anyway, and that wouldn't be required to be entered into the Constitution. And the second one is something that this council couldn't do because it can't dictate to another organisation how it deals with its business, so it would be a matter for a parish council. So I think that council should consider the first one, but as it's been seconded, but not the second 2.
Right, so just be clear, our advice is that on this piece of paper, the part below page 16 has been ruled out of order by our legal officers, that it's not something we can do, and so we're just now having the proposed on the amendment that begins the first part, page 69. So I'm going to ask Councillor Henwood if he wishes to speak to that as a proposer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I think as an elected member, my duty... Sorry? Thank you. As an elected member, I represent an area in Cowley. I was elected by those people to represent them. I'm not there to be a party. I was elected as an individual, although at the time I was a member of the Labour Party. My duty today still remains, Councillor Smith, to represent those people, and I do so every day to the best of my ability. What I am asking is can I represent them in motions? And I believe as an individual I have that right to represent that community. Councillors have the right to put motions forward. It is arbitrary whether they are representing a party or not. They put forward a motion for the good of our communities, and that is what I am trying to do for the people of Cowley and the greater goodness of Oxford. That's my ambition. I think this is a fair motion or amendment to put forward. I think as an independent, I'm asking for one independent motion to be put on the rotation, not all. I don't think that would be right. I think this is fair and just. Can I make an amendment to my second one? Is that possible?
No, I'm afraid not. It needs to be circulated in advance, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I finished there, Lord Mayor.
Okay, I'll reserve my right to speak. So now we're open for discussion on that amendment. Councillor Tanner, I saw first.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Henwood, it seems to me, has a number of ways of dealing with the difficulty in which he finds himself. He could stand for re-election as an independent, and that might solve the problem. Or he could try and get more friendly with the other independent members, and if the two of them can get together, they can form a group, as I understand it, which doesn't seem to me to be on the realms of possibility, even if it was just an alliance of convenience. To give one councillor who was not a member of a group an advantage over all other councillors would actually disadvantage all those of us who are much more collegiate and belong to groups of one sort or another. Those of us who belong to groups will know that we don't always get the motions that we want in the order that we want them. But we accept that the friendship of our colleagues and their support is more than worth it.
Sure. I have here Councillor Gant. Councillor Haynes first, Councillor Gant, then Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I agree entirely with David. I was elected as an independent councillor for Marston. I do the best I can for Marston. The Marston people back me all the way. And I think that when we've got a motion there to put in, I think we should be allowed to do it. The same as all the rest of the people around here in their groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before handing over to Councillor Gant, I think it's worth clarifying what happens now, which is the independent motions are put on the agenda, but they're always put forth. So we do the normal rotation of three-party groups, and then the fourth one's that it's independent. So obviously what you're asking for is a change, but it's not that they can't be put. I just wanted to clarify that. Councillor Gant.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. I was just about to make exactly that point, that of course our arrangements do allow for independents to table motions, as indeed has been done this evening. And there are, of course, what in another place would be called the usual channels, whereby independents can talk to like-minded colleagues in other parties to collaborate if the parties wish to do that. I'd just like to say that well, firstly, to thank Councillor Chapman for chairing the review. As he said, it was done in a very constructive spirit, and we dealt with some important matters in a very business-like way. And I entirely agree with his reasoning set out later in our agenda in a written question. A lot of what we do sort of evolves, doesn't it? And I mean, this is how other councils do it. If I'm right, at South Oxfordshire, before the elections in May of last year, there were 3 and then I think 4 non-conservative councillors of 3 different political persuasions who joined themselves together into something called the opposition group or something of that kind, precisely so that they could have seats on committees and table motions. And that seems to me to be the way that it is done, and it seems to me to work. One final point, Lord Mayor, if I may. As far as I'm aware, the Constitution doesn't actually mention independence at all in this paragraph, and I wonder if it would just be worth clarifying exactly what we do in terms of allowing one independent motion after the party motions, but not more than one.
I think that's a suggestion the group would, maybe Councillor Chapman would want to take that on board later, but I just have Councillor Turner, and then I think I suggest moving to a vote on the amendment. You've got a quote on the amendment. Okay, Councillor Rod Smith, but not on the amendment. Okay, we're going to have a debate on the main substantive. This is just on the amendment. Councillor Turner.
Yeah. Lord Mayor, I've got three comments on the amendment. I mean, one is, I think we should overplay the differences between councillors who happen to sit as independents and councillors who are members of a political party. I was elected as a Labour councillor in order to do a job for the area that I represent, and for me that always comes first. I think in a way I actually find Councillor Henwood's logic quite persuasive. Maybe what we ought to do is take the party dynamic completely out of motions. But the councillors should be very careful what they wish for, because if we say, okay, party isn't relevant and everyone's elected to represent their areas that they represent, then what we'll do is we'll then divide it up by councillors equally. What you will then find is that 3/4 of the motions, roughly, are tabled and debated by Labour councillors. The truth is, Lord Mayor, that our current arrangements are basically if you like, a power giveaway. They are sharing power. They give disproportionate ability to table motions to the oppositions, and indeed within the opposition councillors, amongst them, the disproportionate power, the greatest disproportionate power, the most power per councillor is held by an independent councillor. So I find it slightly puzzling that there's complaint from the independent quarter about these procedures. And if they want us to look at it again, perhaps we ought to.
Right. Would you like to sum up, Councillor Henwood, on the amendment?
No, I think the points have been made quite clearly. I'm ready to take a vote, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to move to a vote on the amendment. Those in favour, please show. Those against? Okay. And and abstentions? Okay, thank you very much. So that falls. So we're now discussing the substantive constitution. So over to you. You've already introduced it. So if there's any questions that people have on that or statements they wish to make, please do so. Councillor Ross Smith.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo Councillor Gant's comments actually about Nigel's chairing of the cross-party constitution. I found one of the better meetings that I've attended for this council, I have to say, because there was roundtable genuine discussion and listening to other people as well. And I did like that, in fact. I thought that was excellent. But I have got a question, and I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask it. I apologise if it's not, but I am still a bit confused about it. Under 1.2 paragraph in the report, it mentions elections in terms of office. And we all know that we have a major election for this council coming up in May, something that hasn't happened for quite a long time, when all 48 seats are going to be up for election. It does mention it there. It says, exceptionally, after the 2020 elections, one councillor in each ward will serve for 2 years and the other for 4 years. But it doesn't say how it's going to be decided as to which councillor who's elected. Is it? Have I missed it then? Because that was.
Sure, that was a response to your question.
2-4. So I'm just looking through to 2-4 for Chairman. I can't see it right at the minute. I will just see it now. Right. Okay, so it'll be the monitoring officer to review the constitution and recommend. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Chapman? Councillor Chapman. But if not, the other question I had, sort of supplement to that, was what happens if there are equal votes cast? In other words, both elected members get equal votes. I can't see it.
Sorry? Yeah, so I've heard the answer is draw lots. I'm just wondering, before I come back to you, Councillor Chapman, if there's anyone else who has any questions or comments. Councillor Ligo, you've formally seconded. Do you want to say anything?
No, I think we should get on the vote now.
I think we're back to you to sum up what amazing collection of comments there's been.
Well, they've been extremely complimentary comments. I'm not sure they're doing much good for my political reputation, though, as a partisan politician. But there we are. I clearly have another role in life. No, I mean, in all seriousness, I think the proposals laid out are sensible. They, make relatively small changes to the Constitution, but useful and important ones. They also give the power of the monitoring officer to tidy up the way the thing is presented. We will be revisiting all of these matters, again, for those who really like it, in the autumn and winter later on in this year. So those who have other suggestions and proposals can no doubt come through. And finally, I just say, going back to Councillor Henwood's point, we did consider his proposals. Even though he didn't table them during the cross-party process, we did consider them as groups and an individual group, so they were given due consideration. I wouldn't like that to, in any way, as it were, not be clear to all those in the chamber. So on that basis, I propose what we have in front of us, and I ask for your full-hearted support. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, and I'd just like to extend the thanks of Council for your work, Councillor Chapman, because I've also heard through my group that it was a very fair, even-handed and constructive process. So thank you very much for that. So we're now voting on item 12, page 115 and a long supplement. Those in favour, please show. Those against? And abstentions? Well, thank you very much. That passes. We'll have put that on record as well, Councillor Chapman. So now we're moving to item 13, Cabinet Minutes, and we're looking at page 151. I'm going to start by paging through the minutes of Cabinet of 19th of December for any questions people might have. Page 1, page 2, page 3, that's page 153, page 154, 155, 156, 57, 158, 159, and 160. Thank you for that. And can I just clarify, I've got on my briefing note 22nd of January draft. That's minutes. They're in the briefing note. So we have a second set, which is within the briefing note on Cabinet minutes from the 22nd of January. So when I find those, I'll page through those as well. Page 13. So page 1. Page 2, that's page 14. Page 15, yep, page 15, Councillor Gant.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. I've got a couple of questions about the Connecting Oxford, which actually covers the next 2 pages of the report as well. Just the bullet points at the bottom of page 16 of the briefing note make interesting reading. Just to start with the position that we in this group have warmly welcomed the initiative, and as always, the devil is in the detail and in the implementation. And I was interested to read about the discussion that had been had in Cabinet. Bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 talks about arguments for various categories of user to be excluded. Would I be right in detecting an element of nervousness about selling this to the population of our city? The last bullet point on there says, the location of the bus gates was important and care should be taken to ensure that they did not inadvertently divide communities. The proposal does, of course, contain a map. To what extent are the locations of the bus gate in that map not yet fixed? I mean, how far might they move? Is it just somewhere else on the road where we see them, or could it be somewhere else entirely? And then finally, the point at the top of page 17, it says, while there was no consensus for it at the moment, Cabinet agreed that there would be merit in exploring the potential for expanding the WPL. I, as Councillor Hollingsworth knows, have reservations about the idea of the workplace parking levy covering half the city but not the other half. And I'm wondering, where it says there is no consensus, does that mean among the Cabinet, among whom? And if there is merit in exploring, I wonder if I could make a specific suggestion, which is to extend it to include the car park at County Hall. No, seriously, we will have to sell this to our residents, we as elected members, and it does seem to me that elected members who are backing this ought to be prepared to live with it.
So, Councillor Hollingsworth, you were jumping up and down. Are you going to respond?
No, I was jumping up and down, right. So, to be honest, I hadn't actually read the minutes because they're still draft, so perhaps I should have done. I'm not entirely sure that I would choose the precise words that are written here, but they do reflect the conversation. So, on the 6th bullet point, what that reflects, I think, is a comment which several people made. I think Councillor Turner made it very eloquently, and I much less eloquently, as is often the case, that what will happen with a scheme like this is that there will be groups who will have an individually compelling case for an exemption. and then another group will come with an equally compelling case. And the concern that I expressed, and which is reflected here and I think is endorsed by the whole Cabinet, is that the more of those individual compelling cases you concede, the bigger the impact on the scheme. And I've said it in this chamber before, and I'll say it again. If Councillor Tanner and I go back to when we were doing the Oxford Transport Strategy implementation in the mid-1990s, one bit which I think has never worked was Broad Street. And that is because under pressure to get all the other things done, members and officers of both councils agreed to about half a dozen different concessions to this group, that group, the other group, and it ends up as a complete mess and makes nobody happy. And that was the point that we wanted to get over. So it's not that we're going to close minds, and I don't think both councils can or should close their minds to important cases being made for exemptions, but it's just to put down a warning note that those cases may seem minor on their own, but taken together can accumulate to something which undermines the entire impact of the scheme. And on the final one, where it says while there was no consensus for it at the moment, I think that accurately describes the difference of opinion between the two cabinets. And I think maybe the words there are slightly too delicately chosen in order to avoid upsetting our colleagues at County Hall. I think it's almost universally the view in this chamber that the workplace parking levy should cover the entire city inside the ring road, including the county council's car park, and a number of other areas. And that is a view shared not just by members of the public, but by Oxford University have written in favour of it, and I believe on behalf of the Conference of Colleges, which is a bit of an amorphous body, and I know some colleges are not in favour of it, but several of them are. I see it as my job, and I hope everyone else in this chamber sees it as their job, to persuade nervous, reluctant or doubting county councillors, whether in the Cabinet or on the back benches or in the opposition benches at County Hall, to agree with us.
Thank you very much. We've only had 15 minutes for this whole discussion. I think we've still got some time left, but Councillor Gant.
Sorry, just very specifically, just about the bus gates and the map.
Apologies. Sorry, I'd forgotten about the bus gates question. The bus gates, both the timing and the precise positioning are very much up for discussion. The point, though, is that if they are not where they currently are proposed, they won't work in terms of delivering the reduction in traffic. This is a package of measures, and the most critical thing is to reduce the amount of car traffic. So, for example, the bus gate, I don't know if you're more interested in this one than not, but it's kind of adjacent to your ward, I guess, on the Marston Ferry Road. It has to be somewhere on the Marston Ferry Road to have any effect. So precisely where it comes and the precise timings, given that people on the Marston side of it quite often use medical facilities and shops and things on the Summertown end. The timings are very important, but the position is critical. And the Holloway one, I know Councillor Kennedy's been in touch with me about that. It's a more difficult one. You need to avoid rat runs, so the precise positioning of that and what to do with the adjacent streets. I think there's going to be more flexibility, but again, you can't achieve the necessary reductions in traffic. And I think a number of people have it's a kind of, cake and eat it sort of thing. When people say you can't do this, it's exactly the same argument John and I had to face down when people said, well, we obviously want you to pedestrianise Corn Market and get all the buses out of there, but we don't want to be able to have any restrictions on our ability to drive through High Street whenever we like. The two things are intrinsically linked. You cannot have one without the other, and the same is true of these bus gates.
Thank you. I have a brief question. I understand county is broadly supportive of Waltham Forest type schemes for local streets. I think it even appears in the LTP. I'm just concerned that we've not seen any obvious linkage between connecting Oxford to sort of more macro schemes and these micro schemes, and at some point they might clash.
Yes, I think you're right to be concerned, because that's exactly the kind of thing where I can see the two things bumping up against each other. So using an example that's very specific to my ward, Walton Street and the Walton Street closure, It happened serendipitously. I am extremely supportive of the action that was taken at my behest, because my constituents liked being able to breathe, and said so in quite significant numbers. But you are right that where a Waltham Forest type scheme is being developed, it needs to be seen in the context of the greater whole of connecting Oxford. So yes, I think as connecting Oxford is developed further, where there are proposals, and I know you've expressed interest, Dick's told me about a scheme there. I know there are other bits of the city in Florence Park, for example, where it seems to be an extremely good layout to make it work there, and there are probably others as well. So yes, we do need to keep an eye on that. And again, like the Oxford Transport Strategy, what starts off as a fairly simple thing, you add more and more bits on as you need to take into account. And I think that's exactly the kind of issue where we need to take into account.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Ros Smith and Councillor Landell Mills.
Thank you, and thank you, Alex, for that explanation. It's very useful. I'm very keen, actually, to see a traffic filtering happening in Quarry, in fact, actually. At the moment, the county's own figures show 500 vehicles at peak times going through a very narrow road with pavement on one side through a conservation area. So I'm very keen, and I'm following that up with the county and with local residents. One thing I would like to highlight and ask you about, Alex, is whether our City Council Conservation Heritage Officer is being kept abreast of developments and suggestions with connecting Oxford. Particularly, I'm thinking of, with my county hat on, the conservation area in Old Headington, which does suffer completely from rut running, trying to miss the access to Headington works as they happen on Headley Way. We get extra traffic when there is traffic lights there going through the conservation area, and indeed with Quarry conservation area. So really, is our conservation and heritage officer being kept in touch and is aware of what's happening with suggestions? Because I think that's really important that we do protect those two areas in the city.
Councillor Landell Mills.
Broadly, the direction of all these proposals is fantastic, really. I'm very pleased to hear just at the end of Councillor Hollingsworth, your talk, there will be some phasing in these elements, and I'm interested in that because I think that gives a chance to adjust the thing. And it'd be interesting to hear also about how phasing might be done in apropos of bus gates versus the workplace parking levy. I assume the bus gate could be trialled beforehand because of the implementation. And how also would you monitor it? How would you count car numbers, and how also might you differentiate between local traffic and people coming from out of town? Because one of the big dimensions of this is the suggestion that it's out of town traffic travelling right through the city that's the cause, rather than local traffic, which there is a danger with the bus gates that it creates a kind of division, an unnecessary division within the city, and it would be interesting to see which forms of the transport are being affected and how you might capture that information.
I just encourage you to be brief in answering because we have 2 minutes for our 15 minutes of time for
there were about 8 questions in the last one. So on Councillor Ros Smith's points, all the planning team are aware. Whether the heritage officer looks specifically at the impacts of traffic on heritage areas, something I might nudge her about actually, because it's an important point. I completely agree with you about Quarry. It's ridiculous that rat run exists, and indeed the parking on the Green Road as well, which is horrific. So I would applaud your efforts on that and support them. Councillor Landell has asked an awful lot of questions. I didn't say that things would be phased. That's exactly the opposite of what we need to do. The bus gates need to be in at the same time as the new bus services. Simultaneous implementation is the only way this will work. So phasing is exactly the opposite. And I draw your attention, there was an extremely good article in a national newspaper, I think The Guardian, on Ghent, and there's been some very good surveys on that. The notion that you can remove just out of town traffic and then let everybody who lives in a city drive around to their heart's content, I think is wrong and misjudged. I think the thing that stood out in particular from that particular article was somebody from Ghent, the traffic authority at Ghent, who said that people had complained that a 300-metre car journey inside the city used to take a few minutes, and now it takes 20. And his response was, we don't want you to take the 300-metre car journey. And I think if something summed up what we're trying to do, that was it.
Thank you very much. I think we have now run out of time of our 15 minutes for Cabinet Papers, but we were very near the end anyway. And so now I think we will break for tea and for people to come back by 7:15, please. Thank you. hope everyone's nicely filled from their supper. We are slightly, we did have a lot of discussions earlier, so we are running slightly behind where I'd like to normally be at this time. So we're moving on to item 14, questions on notice. So obviously I'd appreciate people's brevity if they can. So we have question 1 from Councillor Gotch to Councillor Rowley. Councillor Gotch. Question 1 from Councillor Gotch to Councillor Rowley. Question 2 from Councillor Wade to Councillor Rowley. Thank you. From myself to Councillor Clarkson, no supplementary. And the fourth question, it's not that Councillor Wolf has joined the Lib Dem group, it actually should be from Councillor Wade. There's a typo. So Councillor Wade to Councillor Clarkson.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is on Experience Oxfordshire. I know that the Cabinet member has been in negotiations with Experience Oxfordshire and that she's aware of the fact that the VIC, the Visitor Information Centre, takes 50,000 visitors a year, but they're nearly all coming in for advice and information. Only 1 in 6 buys anything, is what I'm told. The VIC is losing 220,000 per annum, which Experience Oxfordshire has been subsidising out of grants that it raises elsewhere. The situation is not supportable into the new financial year. Is the Cabinet member aware of this and of the effect that it might have both on our visitors and also on Broad Street if the future of the Visitor Information Centre is in doubt? Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Yes, we had meetings with Experience Oxfordshire very recently, and we talked in detail about the operation of the Visitor Information Centre. So we're well aware that it doesn't make a profit. I don't think any Visitor Information Centre in the country actually operates at anything other than a loss. They have to be supported. So we're in discussions with them about funding and about other sources of money and other models. But yes, those discussions are ongoing. Thanks.
Councillor Landell Mills to Councillor Clarkson. Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Wolf to Councillor Clarkson. Do you have a supplementary?
Just a very brief one, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Mary. My question was actually, I was interested to know how many people who responded of the 1,577 actually objected to the question. You haven't actually answered my question.
I'm just conferring with Councillor Upton because she had a large input into this as well as Cabinet member with responsibility for cycling. So we're just trying to see if we've got that answer to hand.
Perhaps you could circulate it around. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wade to Councillor Turner, stealth tax.
Yes, please, Lord Mayor. I think I'm going to give a political response to your written response because I think it's highly political what you've said. And I'm surprised that you see fit to talk about the effect of the financial disaster left by our party, meaning the Lib Dems and Coalition, given that the Coalition inherited a 34 billion deficit from the preceding Labour government. In particular, you'll recall Liam Byrne, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, whose aim to have the deficit in 4 years was in huge detail a part of your manifesto at the time. If you don't remember your manifesto, you will at least recall Liam Byrne's note. I'm afraid there is no money. So I think it's unreasonable at this stage that we go back into that past, which satisfies neither your party nor mine, I think, at this point. But in particular, I notice that you choose to talk in your answer about the situation in other councils. I'm merely answering what Councillor Turner says in his response. It's a political question.
So you are meant to frame it in terms of a supplementary question.
Okay, right. My supplementary question is, I have 2 supplementary questions. Can I have 2? Right, the first supplementary question is, will Councillor Turner in future undertake to answer the question he's asked, instead of insulting council by making members read his irrelevant political diatribes? And secondly, could he provide an average figure for additional tax on each household? It's probably, according to the Taxpayers Allowance, likely to be between £100 and £200 per household, as an average in the country as a whole, but we don't know what it is in Oxford. So that's 2 questions. Thank you.
Wow, Lord Mayor, that was good, wasn't it? I've missed the kind of Liberal Democrat greatest hits. We're not sorry for what we did when we ripped up your public services. I've missed all of that. It's really took me back in time. Now they sort of say, oh, forget what we did. We're different. We're new. We didn't really mean it. But that was back to the bad old days, Lord Mayor. And the truth was, in those years, they made terrible choices. And the problem is that local government continues to pay the price. And the problem is that, of course, citizens continue to pay the price, because we in this council have said we want to protect frontline services for the most vulnerable. In doing that, we therefore need to raise income. Much of that we do in other ways, like the Oxford model, for example, where we insource work. But sometimes it does mean we need to charge for things which were previously free. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to draw attention to the fact that under the Labour Party we got government grant, and under the Liberal Democrats that grant was cut. That's reasonable. On the specific questions, Lord Mayor...
I think we have a point of order here. Yeah. Andrew.
On a point of order, Lord Mayor, in the interest of good governance of this council, could you please advise us? My colleague, Councillor Wade, asked a perfectly sensible question about the workings of this council. Councillor Turner chose to reply with what Councillor Wade has quite rightly described as an irrelevant political diatribe. That seems to me to be entirely, wholly inappropriate and frankly disrespectful to the members of this council. Can I also put on record that Councillor Turner has quoted the actions of Lib Dem-led councils elsewhere? Well, I don't know if he took the trouble to speak to those councils, but I did, and the information that he has given is wrong. The budgets for the Vale of Whitehorse District Council was set by the Tories, the outgoing Tories, before May of last year. They signed a contract for the services that he refers to, and the current administration is not at liberty to change that. So I would like to ask him to withdraw.
So I would just like to ask Anita if there's any sort of constitutional basis for the point of order that can be upheld, that either ask for withdrawal or ask for a sort of change in attitude or tone, because I do think that these are questions, speaking from the chair, these are questions which are generally asked about the operation of council. It's an opportunity for opposition members and indeed members of the administration to ask genuine questions, and I can understand it's getting close to an election and all that sort of stuff, and people are going to want to make political points, but I think we should, raise above this and actually sort of answer things in a straightforward way, as I think they were intended to be asked. So, Anita.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't think I can say anything that will assist, as there's nothing in the Constitution that says how a member has to answer the question. So I think in terms, what I would just say is that the council has its normal practice, and perhaps the exchange that we've just had is not the normal practice for responding or in the debate within the chamber, but it's not for me to get involved in the politics of the situation.
Can I now carry on answering the question before I was...
Yes, I feel that point of order falls because there's no constitutional basis for it, but if you would like to continue, yeah.
Thanks, Craig. So, just to be clear, though, what I was trying to convey in the answer, and of course, is that we faced a decade of austerity, that cut our budgets. There are then choices to be made. And I don't accept, incidentally, that references to a stealth tax represented a sort of interested bureaucratic question. I must admit, I'm also rather intrigued to hear the Liberal Democrats quoting the Taxpayers Alliance, which is a right-wing campaign group, as a source of knowledge on these things. So there were 2 questions. One is a household figure. I don't think we can provide that sort of information in the way which is in in a way which is useful. The second was about the actions of our neighbouring authorities. I mean, the bulky waste charges have been going on for an eternity. I think my point was that our neighbouring authorities, I think all of them, but willing to be corrected, have charged for bulky waste, which remains free in this council. I think the last proposal in Oxford City, Lord Mayor, to introduce bulky waste charges, I think maybe they were introduced, was between the years of 2000 and 2002, when which was the penultimate time the council was run by a different administration.
Thank you. Moving forward, let's raise the tone of the debate and have a bit of sort of decorum and respect for each other's differing views. So question 8, Councillor Wade to Councillor Turner. Do you have a supplementary? It's on unspent government grant.
I've only just found it. In the last paragraph of the reply that you make, you say it is likely we will top up those currently in receipt this year by a further percentage to ensure the grant is spent. Can you confirm that that will be the case? Because we've only got 2 months, of course, to state the obvious before the end of the financial year. It'd be nice to have your reassurance on that. Thank you.
I think that's what we plan to do, Lord Mayor. There's not been a recent surge such that would not be necessary, so I think that's what we will do.
Thank you. Question 9, Councillor Wolfe to Councillor Upton, cyclists and markets in Broad Street.
No supplementary, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the reply.
Question 10, Councillor Harris to Councillor Upton, Gilligan report on cycling. Of course, Councillor Harris has sent his apologies. For myself to Councillor Upton, no thank you for the response. I'll be in touch. Councillor Wolfe to Councillor Upton, public health funerals.
No supplementary. Thank you very much for an interesting reply.
The next one's from Councillor Harris as well. The next one, Councillor Henwood to Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just have one question for the portfolio holder. Would it be possible to get a breakdown of the works that are going to be carried out on the Priory, please?
To be honest, I don't know the answer. I believe it's probably still confidential between the client and the council, but if it is not confidential, then I'll make it available to you and, well, actually the ward councillors, of which you are not one, but the ward councillors and yourself.
Thank you. Councillor Wolfe, Councillor Hollingsworth, Community Infrastructure Levy.
Yes, thank you very much for a very full reply. I'm kind of left with one bit which I'd quite like a bit more information on. It sounds to me like we have a certain amount of community infrastructure levy pot which can be allocated when we're putting capital funding together for various projects. But I'm not actually clear how we decide, say that, there's a project come forward, how much community infrastructure levy we might use in support of that project. How do we come to draw on the pot that we've got? I mean, we've got a list of capital projects. We've got a list of capital projects, as you say, which have been identified as being possibly funded or part funded by SIL. I'm just wondering how the decision gets to be made, how much SIL is used on any particular project, because there's quite a lot of discretion at play here.
Lord Mayor, I have answered that question in some detail. I don't know how much more precise I can possibly be. Each capital programme scheme, as has been discussed at great length in this council, has to be at various gateway stages approved by Cabinet and Council. At that point, the funding for it is approved by this council, so the money for the scheme is approved, and where the money comes from is approved. There is no pot of money. I think, Lord Mayor, I would urge you to use your good offices to encourage a training session on this, because this is a clearly widely misunderstood. This isn't the first question that I've been asked talking about SIL pots and lists of schemes to be funded from so on. It fundamentally misunderstands what the Regulation 123 list is. Now, the Regulation 123 list is about to be abolished and new regulations put in place, and that seems to be a great opportunity for some refresher training for everyone in the chamber.
Sounds like a good suggestion for officers to take forward. Thank you. Question 16, Councillor Wolfe to Councillor Hollingsworth.
No supplementary. Thank you.
Question 17, Councillor Wade to Councillor Hollingsworth, Seacourt Park and Ride extension costs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think, first of all, I should apologise for the fact that I misread, apparently, what the Oxford Mail was saying. It's not the Oxford Mail's fault, it's mine. So I added 1.227, which I shouldn't have added, and I accept that. So the figure we're looking at is 5,156 million. So that's where we are at the moment. The supplementary question I've got is, how far have the design, planning and environmental reports cost so far? And are they included in this final figure of 5.5156 million?
Yes, they are included. The breakdown of the costs was reported to Council when Council approved that budget, so I would refer you to that. And if you can't find it, then perhaps officers could assist in directing the councillor to it. And I thought, since we're on exciting things relating to points of order, we had a point of order earlier suggesting that questions shouldn't be political. I should point out that myself and a number of officers spent some considerable time, hours of our valuable time, trying to find out where it was that Councillor Wade had plucked figures out of the air which were completely wrong. And it wasn't until we finally found out that she'd misread an article an entirely accurate article in the Oxford Mail. I do think it behoves people who are asking questions not to ask questions that are invented, as this one was. If you're expecting officers and members to devote time and effort to answering questions, at least have the decency to ask ones that are true.
We did, to be fair, Councillor Wade did give an apology at the beginning. So let's move on to question 18, Councillor Wade to Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Seacourt and the flooding there at the moment. Thank you for admitting that this site is going to flood probably annually. You refer to it being seasonally. Can you advise us what amount is earmarked for the clear-up each time, loss of car parking fees each time, and perhaps more importantly, loss of credibility in a council which chooses to build something on a site in the full knowledge that it will flood? Thank you.
All of those issues were covered in the report, which I've already drawn your attention to.
Okay, moving forward, Councillor Landor Mills to Councillor Hollingsworth, connecting Oxford. For supplementary. It's a no. Since the moment has now passed. Question 20, Councillor Henwood to Councillor Chapman.
No supplementary, Lord Mayor.
Question 21, Councillor Henwood to Councillor Chapman.
No supplementary.
Question 22 from myself to Councillor Brown. Thank you for the answer. No supplementary. And now we have question 23 from Councillor Wolfe to Councillor Haid.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah. This question is about the definition of a zero-emission zone. I have to say I've trawled around to try and get a definition of zero-emission zones, and I failed to find a single definition. So I'm very interested that many experts that have been consulted are confident that we're using a definition which is correct and justified. I've yet to find a solid definition for zero-emission zones. It's quite important because that's what we're claiming to be introducing into the city. So my supplementary is, which experts have given you this definition of zero-emission zone? I'm clear that the others, the low-emission zone, clear emission zone, ultra-low-emission zone, do actually have definitions, but I haven't found one for the ZEZ, and where has it come from?
Thanks, Councillor Wolfe. I mean, feel free in the future to get in touch directly to ask that question, and we can actually provide an answer to you directly, so it can save you doing all those hours of Googling. But I will email you a long list of those experts. I'll be happy to put you in touch with them. At the Scrutiny Committee meeting where we had a 2-hour discussion and probing of this issue, I made that same offer to councillors in that room. And like I say, do get in touch. I do want to make one point, though, which is that there are 7 authorities, whether they be local, mayoral, combined, any form of authority, which is proposing to introduce a charging scheme for polluting vehicles. And in all of those authorities, there are currently 15 Green elected representatives. Those authorities include Oxford. Only in Oxford are Greens making this point. And I would urge the councillor to go and talk to his colleagues in those other authorities to see what criticisms they're making, which are to be very fair to them based on the evidence that they're seeing, rather than seeming to be quite party political.
Question 24 from myself, no supplementary. 25, Councillor Wade to Councillor Linda Smith, Rogue Landlords. Question 26, Councillor Wolfe to Councillor Brown.
No supplementary, thank you very much.
Thank you. Myself to Councillor Brown on climate protesters. Thank you very much for the answer. My supplementary is there anything that we can do about it as a council to stop groups like Extinction Rebellion actually being labelled by government? Could we write to the Home Department, or just to express our, or to the police indeed, to express our concerns?
Well, I mean, I'm generally happy to write letters to government departments complaining about them, but on this particular occasion, it seems a little much, because in fact, as soon as the Home Office had this drawn to their attention, they did in fact make it quite clear that this guidance wasn't within their, wasn't approved, and I understand it has been withdrawn, and it also wasn't covering our area, so it feels like a bit of a stretch, if I'm honest. I think I've given a very clear view of where our council stands in relation to Extinction Rebellion. We've worked very closely with them. We understand them to be a really important campaign group in Oxford, in the UK, and we want to continue to work with people who want to tackle climate change, because so do we.
I'll talk to you later about that. I don't have another supplementary, unfortunately. Councillor Wolfe, Councillor Brown, flag flying on 31st of January 2020.
Thank you very much for your reply. My original question was about flying the Union Jack at half-mast rather than the EU flag, and I was very pleased when I heard that a decision had been made to do something about it.
So that's no supplementary. Okay. Councillor Gaunt to Councillor Brown, Oxford Expressway.
Yes, thank you for a very short answer. No supplementary.
Councillor Henwood to Councillor Brown, Parish Council sign up to climate emergency.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the answer. I think it's very positive and the progressive thinking of the council.
Supplementary though? No supplementary. Okay.
Sorry,
Right, okay. And the final one is Councillor Harris isn't here. So thank you very much everyone for your brevity. Much appreciated. We now move back to agenda item 15, when I juggle my papers, which I believe is speakers to council, public addresses and questions. So we have 6 speakers, and I'd like to invite the first speaker to Madeleine Sacrani to come and speak. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Lord Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all. My name is Magdalene Sacrani, and I would like to speak about the Charter for Compassion. I'll explain what the Charter is, and then speak about what it would mean for Oxford to become a city of compassion. In February 2008, Karen Armstrong, academic, renowned author and educator, and most importantly, an Oxford graduate, wrote the book 12 Steps to a Compassionate Life. She believes that the key to a better life and ultimately a better world is compassion, recognizing suffering and doing something about it. The TED organisation awarded Karen Armstrong their $100,000 prize for this book and the promise to help her build a global society based on the Golden Rule and to create, launch and propagate a worldwide Charter for Compassion. And so, 800 years after Magna Carta, we have the Charter for Compassion. The Charter is a cooperative effort to restore compassionate thought and action to the centre of political, moral and spiritual life. On our changing, fragile planet, Everybody has become our neighbour, and the golden rule, lying at the heart of all cultures, philosophies and world religions, the ethic of reciprocity, has become an urgent necessity. In November 2009, the Charter for Compassion was unveiled at the Dalai Lama Centre for Peace and Education in Vancouver, which became the first city of compassion. The Dalai Lama, who says that we need to cultivate a warm-hearted concern for all others, has sent us here in Oxford pioneering compassion-based education programs. The evidence shows that children and adults can increase their resilience, their social skills, and their emotional well-being through compassion training. In a practical manner, the Charter for Compassion works with cities, its citizens and local governments to identify areas of concern, such as improving education, services for the elderly, elimination of homelessness and hunger, improvement of healthcare and social services, restoring and beautifying our green spaces, as well as working collectively to create sustainable action plans. Signing the Charter for Compassion gives the city access to a huge network of more than 350 compassionate cities around the world. This network and sharing of evidence-based materials is happening as we speak. What have the compassionate cities achieved? In a recent interview, Karen Armstrong explained that they are all dealing with many urban problems, such as racism and homelessness, and she gave the following example of when a mosque in Louisville, USA, was vandalized. The mayor appeared on TV to ask for volunteers to help clean it up. 1,000 people of all ages showed up. In Karachi, massive poverty, many children camping under large viaducts filled with rubble. And the Karachi Compassion team asked the City Council to clear the rubbish under a bridge, build a state-of-the-art shelter for the local people. And this included a classroom where university students then came to teach children from poor neighbourhoods. This is a pilot project.
You can draw to a close now, please.
There is so much that's fantastic about this beautiful city of Oxford. Declaring Oxford a city of compassion celebrates and validates all the successes, hard work and achievements of all the hundreds of institutions, governmental and private, places of education, religion and businesses, not to mention the work of charities, NGOs and grassroots organisations, and at the same time refocuses and resets the City of Oxford's core values of always considering the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors have got a copy of your speech. I'll just ask the Councillor Brown whether she wishes to respond.
I would, Lord Mayor. So I'd like to thank Mrs Grandi for her address and for highlighting the importance of compassion in public life. And I'd like to say that I'm lucky in that when I'm not here in this council chamber, I work in the NHS, and so I see compassion every day in both places. And I think that it's a tribute to many people in public life in this country that we do see compassion for those around us. I'm fairly sure that all of us here were motivated to become councillors by compassion for the citizens we represent and a desire to tackle inequalities and problems that particularly affect the most vulnerable. And this is reflected in the aims and priorities that we've agreed as a council and the debates we frequently have in this chamber. As our new draft corporate strategy sets out, we prioritise tackling inequality. Our services, investments and policy making are all designed to address the social and financial inequalities across Oxford. We value diversity and seek to build community cohesion. We want to ensure all Oxford citizens have fair opportunities and a real share in the city's future. That principle drives the work that we do, from our investment and focus on tackling the climate emergency and poor air quality, our work to prevent homelessness and support those who are sleeping rough into a life off the streets, and as a city of sanctuary, accommodating and supporting refugees and asylum seekers, to our support for those on low incomes and our work with and investment in our communities and community groups. And at this point, I should also mention an excellent local organisation that Councillor Ligo, who's sadly not with us at the moment, but he's very involved with, and I know many other people around the city are, the Good Gym, which I think is exactly living that sort of example of good, compassionate work, as well as getting good, healthy exercise at the same time, so it's great. We don't have all of the levers we might like to tackle some of the issues, but recognise that we can play a role in providing leadership, working in partnership with other public agencies, NGOs and businesses, and influencing others as we're seeking to do through our work to promote an inclusive economy, promoting the Oxford Living Wage and tackling health inequalities. I hope, therefore, that all of us and our residents recognise and value Oxford as a compassionate city. Thank you very much for your address.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Oxford Community Forum, presumably not all the forum, but apologies, I haven't been given a name, so perhaps a person could introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to introduce yourselves, and then
Yes,
you have 5 minutes to speak?
Yes. Good evening, Lord Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohammed Sadiq Ghulam, and I'm the Secretary of Oxford Community Forum. Just briefly, I'll explain. I studied genetics in Biochemistry University, but then I started working for one of the major accommodation providers to National Asylum Support Service, which was part of the Tony Blair's government asylum seeker dispersal system. So I learned a lot about HMOs and during that period from 2000 to 2005 when I managed an office managing 150 properties. So I'll go back to the issue I'm here for. Oxford Community Forum was formed in 2012 in response to the introduction of additional licensing scheme by Oxford City Council. Oxford Community Forum main purpose was to raise the issue of lack of communication from Oxford City Council with the local community during the consultation process. We had several meetings with the senior politicians, some of whom are sitting here today. This was in 2012. Oxford Community Forum raised the concern about the implementation as well the impact of the HMO additional licensing scheme. Later on, in 2014-15 onwards, in collaboration with Oxford City Council, Oxford Community Forum arranged a number of training sessions for the landlords to educate them into implementation of the HMO rules and regulations, and hence help the landlords in getting educated about the policy rather than being targeted as a result of this policy. Oxford Community Forum view in 2012 was that the additional licensing scheme to register all the properties with 3+ unrelated tenants for HMO license would increase the cost of rentals as well and increase the homelessness as unintended consequence. And in our opinion, this turned out to be true. We all are aware this has been publicized in the media as well in the later years. There was a mandatory licensing scheme in place for 3-story 5 occupants before the introduction of additional licensing scheme in 2012. In the additional licensing scheme policy document, Oxford City Council stated in the policy that their first priority would be to, as a result of introduction of this new scheme, their first priority would be to better manage 3-story 5 occupants properties. We believe this was an indirect admission that Oxford City Council failed in the regulation of the HMOs under the mandatory powers. Another rationale for the scheme was the belief that it would have encouraged landlords to deal with the antisocial behavior of their tenants. Given that the private landlords have no legal liability of the behavior of their tenants, it is hard to see what the council expected the landlords to achieve in the area. The disharmony, the third point, and the most important was, for myself, was the disharmony between the HMO rules and regulation and assured short-hold tenancy legislation regarding the landlords and tenants' responsibilities was raised by Oxford Community Forum to the Oxford City Council. This disharmony was not really considered during the consultation process and is not really kind of like clarified till today, because it's a grey area, and I can go into...
1 minute left.
Sorry?
1 minute left.
Okay. So, I mean, coming back to the current policy, the blanket policy, we believe that it will increase homelessness, it will increase the cost of living for the poor families living on the edge. If you introduce a blanket policy on the family homes, the cost will be forwarded to the tenants, poor families, and the only way they will probably survive is either the cost save spending on their kids' education, clothing and food, and pay the landlords or move from the area. And I believe, as we have seen previous policy, this will increase, it will socially engineer Oxford City, as it has happened previously. East Oxford has got less families now because most of the houses were turned into HMOs. And this policy, introduction of this policy, will turn places like Rose Hill, Blackpillies and other poor areas where the tenants can't afford the tenants, they'll have to move out of the city. So I believe the council, and I request the councillors to keep this in mind, not go into this, approving this policy without considering the poor and the people who are living difficult at the moment, because this cost will be transferred. The licensing cost is always transferred, as it has happened before. And last point is...
I'm afraid. Sorry, you've run out of time. I'm very sorry. But your full speech has been circulated to councillors. And Councillor Smith has written a response. And Linda, do you wish to speak to that?
I do, thank you. I won't read out the whole thing, you'll be pleased to hear, but there is a very full response to your address printed in the briefing notes, so I hope you've had a chance to see that. What I would say for those of you that don't have the briefing note in front of you, I would just like to perhaps draw everyone's attention to the final paragraph, which says, whilst we understand the concerns from landlords and recognise that licensing schemes are not universally popular with them, we do appreciate their feedback and look forward to continuing to work together in a constructive way. And that's certainly true. I mean, there's still a great deal of work to do to draw up the proposals, to consult on them, and then hopefully put it to government for approval. But what I do think is worth saying is that, and the fact you're here this evening, I think sort of rather illustrates this point. Landlords don't have any trouble making themselves heard. We've got a landlords forum in the council. I know that you've been welcomed into the council to meet with city council officers when your forum has wished to raise issues in the past.
Can I answer?
And you're in contact with various councillors, including Councillor Azad, who is very able to raise your concerns and interests in various ways in the council. So really, I hope you'll forgive me if I say that, during the consultation, my efforts will be particularly focused on hearing from tenants, the people that have most to gain potentially from a licensing scheme, and whose voices we don't always hear quite so clearly.
Can I?
I'm very sorry, there's no right of reply, I'm very sorry, in our constitution, for my apologies. But there is, if you do need to get in contact with the members, I'm sure they'll be very happy to have email exchanges. I'm very sorry, no right to reply. So now we move on to, thank you, we now move on to Nigel Day, who's going to speak on the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Right, okay. I'm sure something that Councillor Tanner has great interest in. Mr. Day, welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors and Lord Mayor, for this meeting. I'm Nigel Day. I'm one of the coordinators of Oxford Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. And I want you to hopefully to ask you to support the motion by John Tanner and Councillor Rush on the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty is the first legally binding international agreement to comprehensively prohibit nuclear weapons, with the goal of leading towards their total elimination. Nuclear weapons pose an unacceptable threat to everybody, everywhere. This is why 122 nations voted to adopt the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. All national governments are now invited to sign and ratify this crucial global agreement, which prohibits the use, the production, stockpiling of nuclear weapons and lays the foundation for their total elimination. The UK government is refusing to support this multilateral treaty. However, 34 countries have now ratified the treaty, and when 50 nations ratify the treaty, it will enter into force. Now, what we want is cities and towns to help build support for the treaty by endorsing the ICANN Cities Appeal, which is a commitment by cities and towns to show support for the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons and call on their governments to participate. 228 cities have already signed their support, including Paris, Berlin, Oslo, Sydney, LA, Toronto. Now in the UK, we've got Manchester, Edinburgh, Norwich, Renfrewshire, West Dunbartonshire, Hebden, Royd. And a number of other cities, like Oxford, are in the pipeline. And Oxford is a city with a great history of peaceful initiative and commitment. There's a peace plaque in Bond Square, which commemorates all those who worked in the city for peace. Trident warhead convoys regularly travel past Oxford on the A34, supporting the UK nuclear weapons system. We are that close to nuclear weapons. Last Thursday, the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists announced that the iconic doomsday clock, symbolizing the gravest perils facing humankind, is now closer to midnight than at any point since its creation in 1947. They moved the doomsday clock from 2 minutes to midnight to 100 seconds to midnight. They stated, humanity continues to face two simultaneous existential dangers: nuclear war and climate change. We are asking you to support this motion and to send a resolution showing Oxford City Council's support for the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know you have a lot of sympathy within the council. It's the sixth motion on our agenda later. Our track record isn't good of getting to six motions, but I do hope, if everyone hears you, they'll be brief when we get to motions. Councillor Brown.
Yes, I was going to make the same point in the sense that I'm not sure whether we're going to make it tonight, but it is an issue that's taken seriously by, I hope, everyone in this chamber, although we may have differing views on it. I mean, speaking personally, it was involvement in the campaign against nuclear disarmament that first made me get politically active when I was 15. So, I think we have a variety of different views in this chamber, but many of us are very sympathetic to the aims of your organisation, and we certainly, we generally in this chamber work for peace. Whether the government will listen to us on this issue, I think, is quite a different issue. So we'll have to see where we get to in terms of the debate. But thank you very much for coming and making a very eloquent speech on behalf of your campaign. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we have an address by Alistair Morris, talking about climate emergency and allotments. Alistair Morris, you have 5 minutes to make your address.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. 1 year on from declaring a climate emergency, and I feel a bit like the fictional character Jon Snow in Game of Thrones. You know nothing, Jon Snow. I, Alistair Morris, know nothing. Who is leading? What action is being taken? What can we do? Why is there not a climate czar or a climate team who we can be in regular contact with? Why can't the city organise monthly briefings to its parish councillors and community leaders, stroke organisations, with updates and recommendations, action plans for each parish and suburb? This is what we would be doing in a war, and by the advice of the government's own Committee on Climate Change, we are supposed to be on a war footing. I just don't understand. 2020 is the year of climate. Our country is hosting COP26 in Glasgow in November. This is it. This is the year we are supposed to make significant changes to how we run our economy and our lifestyle behaviour. We are already 1/12 into it. Scientists around the world are saying it's now or never. I am just a concerned citizen, but I don't see the will, leadership, coordination, urgency and decisiveness you would expect in a war situation. There is so much we could and should be doing right now. It involves cooperative, joined-up working between different groups and the sharing of resources, big time. But people don't seem to be taking responsibility and showing true leadership and taking decisive actions. At least I don't see it yet. For example, allow community groups to plant more trees in their own time. Just tell them what to do and where to do it, and do it. Reseed grass verges with wildflower meadows, grow more food, give them the resources and equipment they need, like right now. Why is everything so difficult? For example, provide trees, turf removal machines, tractors, water dowsers. Why not? You would in a war. If not directly, then allow council staff to help. There must be a way. The British government's number one future security concern is food supply. We need to be enhancing, supporting and developing our city's allotments to maximise future local food production and encouraging people to grow more of their own food, as well as working communally to be more self-sufficient and to cut down on the carbon generating international transportation of food. Is this not simple best practice? We are at crisis point. You should be throwing all the money and resources you can at supporting local community groups, including allotments. Are you able to allocate more resources and staff to help with fully restoring allotments and bringing them back to full production, especially the maintenance and upgrade of buildings, removal of rubbish, as in a deep clean, not just the superficial stuff, a proper, thorough removal of debris, restoration, delineation, fencing and numbering of plots? Can there be more help with notice boards, water storage, improving access and perimeter fencing, please? Perhaps there should also be an allotments council officer to help with this. And finally, to borrow another phrase from an excellent BBC historical drama, Last Kingdom, destiny is all. No, it isn't, but climate is everything. I appreciate your respect your time, effort and commitment to public service, but please, please get on with saving the planet and making Oxford a greener, healthier and safer place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sticking to time. We have Councillor Upton, who's going to give a response.
Thank you. Hello, Alistair.
Hello.
I want to start with saying we are very lucky to have so many engaged and enthusiastic residents like you in Oxford. And I'm very aware that you really have driven the collaboration with the City Council that recently resulted in about 300 trees being planted on the Croft Road recreation area.
700.
700, thank you. So thank you. Now, if Councillor Hayes, who is our Cabinet Member for Zero Carbon Oxford, was here, he would be waxing lyrical about the many initiatives that we have already employed, including about £90 million worth of stuff already going on, and we've got about 18 million in the budget that we're about to agree in a month or two's time. So we are doing a lot. We do have a climate team, but it's called the Environmental Sustainability Team, who are working on all sorts of different aspects. But I think one thing you really do correctly identify is the need for us to get information out to residents and to parish councils about about things that we are doing, but about things that we could be doing, what they could be doing for us all to pull together to make this work. And that was something that came out very strongly from the Citizens' Assembly that we ran last year as well. So the next point I'll come on to, I think, is allotments and our support for the allotments. We are incredibly proud in the city of the fact that we have 38 allotment sites. I think we have about the highest per capita allotment area per citizen in the country. We are now just finalising the new leases to go forward for the next 25 years, and in those, the role of the council is going to be increased. So we are going to take responsibility for all of the buildings that we originally installed. We have just contacted all of the sites to arrange to go and inspect those. We are going to take over the maintenance of trees. We're going to increase the responsibility, our responsibility towards the ditches as well. There's a slight nuance about if they're still half in your, no, if the ones that were only half in your half, I'm going to confuse myself now. the line's going down the middle of this. Anyway, we're taking on more responsibility for the ditches. I'm afraid we can't do everything that you're asking for, but I think you should rest assured that our commitment to the allotments is huge, and that's not least because I can exclusively reveal that at least 30% of the Cabinet have an allotment. Okay? And so we're thinking about getting one. So again, thank you very much. I know we're not doing enough. There's always going to be more that we can do, but we really have throwing our heart and soul into this, and we welcome the involvement of the wonderful residents that we have in the city who are helping us and are behind us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I just wish, I don't want this to be seen to be a political point, but a factual one. You mentioned 18 million in the budget on climate change. That's not true, unfortunately. There's 18 million spent on climate change. A lot of that has already been spent in previous initiatives. So there's not 18 million of new spending. Just to be point of clarity, welcome spending as it is, and there is significant spending, but a lot of it has been spent. We went through detail in the Climate Emergency Review Group, and I'm afraid that Councillor Howlett isn't here to confirm that, but just to make that point. But just to say it's very welcome spending. Oh, is there? Sorry, Councillor Howlett. I thought I saw your name on that was, so if you wish to comment, sorry. Moving on to next speaker, Artwell, on the Barton British Legion site.
I have delivered campaign leaflets to most of the homes on Sandhills and Barton, and this, councillors, has allowed me the opportunity to talk to a wide range of the constituents. Never has a constituent on Barton called for a library. Nevertheless, in last week's Oxford Mail, Councillor Rowley is pictured with a cake celebrating the opening of Barton's Neighbourhood Centre's library. Young people have asked, look, be quiet, I'm talking now. Young people have asked for a ballerina. Messi Jam stood right where I am and asked for street dancing facilities with proper sprung floors. The youngsters have asked for soundproofing because they're into music, they want to play loud music, they don't want to disturb anybody. And to have their milestone celebrations like 18th and 21st birthday parties. Adults and senior citizens have inquired many times for licensed premises to combat loneliness, isolation. Others have asked for the restoration of the computer suite, which now that universal credit is rolled out, as you all probably don't know, it requires a computer to access it. Non-Caucasian people have asked for places to hire for their traditional celebrations, which tend to have lots of people. Aunt Sally, as you all know, is a very popular, unique Oxford game. Lots of people like to watch it, many more like to play it. These are just a little snippet of what this Labour councillor could do if they cared about providing services and responding to community need. Barton, but a library on Barton is not what the people of Barton need. Ignoring facilities which the residents specifically asked for is just typical of this council. Despite the Labour councillors constantly stating their community engagement, it doesn't appear in practice. The last 12 months, Oxford City Council has spent £900,000 restoring or developing a pristine neighbourhood centre. Few on Barton can understand why the City Council determined this huge sum of public money to be spent on Barton's Community Association administered neighbourhood centre, a facility which does not welcome activities of young people and is largely empty at weekends. Go and have a look if you don't believe me. £900,000 is wasted on this facility. And the only people who benefit from this is the Barton Community Association, who administer it because they can increase their rental income. Barton's library has just opened and is already appealing for volunteers. Surely the Barton Community Association should be willing to pay Oxford's living wage and staff this new library without having to appeal for volunteers. The Barton BCA is stuffed with funds. It's there to provide benefits from the deprived people of Barton. The deprived people of Barton are appealing to you one last time, councillors, to redevelop the Royal British Legion site into an imaginative, inclusive community facility which would much better and proper and fittingly fit the needs that the people of Barton have made clear to you many, many times.
Thank you very much for sticking to time. And Councillor Tidball, you're responding.
With respect, I do not agree with the premises of your statement today. This council does care, and our engagement event to launch the opening of the library saw over 100 people, including many, many local children, attend. The National Literacy Trust says that thousands of children in this country leave school every year without the literacy skills they need to get a job, limiting their life chances and engagement in our society. Increasing the opportunities for young people to read, to discover books, and to extend their imagination is imperative to tackle the barriers young children may face in learning to read. To have an open, warm and welcoming place like the library at the Barton Community Association is a wonderful way to create a love of reading at the heart of that community. A love I saw gleaming in the eyes of the children who came to the opening of that library earlier this month. I am proud that we've worked with our county council partners to put that library in place. And the City Council continues to improve its existing community spaces across the city, especially in Barton, with nearly £1 million worth of investment in the neighbourhood centre. That investment has turned the centre into a community and health hub, providing modern, improved health and youth space. The City Council, Barton Community Association and the county have worked in partnership to develop a new community library to improve residents' wellbeing and literacy levels and tackle the very social isolation you mentioned. The new library is part of the expanded service to residents provided in this partnership. We want to see everyone in Barton having the same great opportunities as everywhere else in the city, and the library is another great addition to that community. It will expand a range of cultural services available to the whole community and all ages, including story times, rhyme times, a range of online services, and as a venue offering and enabling council services. I have many times answered your questions about the British Legion. Within the new Barton Park development, a community pavilion has been built, also community managed, and now provides additional space for hire for many community groups that are active in that part of the city. There will also be a community hub in the new school in Barton Park for hire for community spaces, opening at the end of 2020. This is on top of existing hireable spaces.
Could you draw to a close, please?
Yeah. And just to add to that, I'm pleased that the development of the British Legion site has, amongst other things, seen the development of three homes which will be available for social rent and 4 for shared ownership. Thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive reply, Marie. But obviously, Councillor Rowley, you were named, and see if you have a right to speak.
Briefly, Lord Mayor, it was a great pleasure to be present at the opening of the library and to help distribute cake to several dozen greedy local children. It's a great pleasure to go into the neighbourhood centre because every time I go in there, there's a group of kids with parents on the sofas around the children's books section, and the interest and pleasure in their eyes and the interaction between them is really a joy to see. And it's a great pleasure to work with the Barton Community Association, which consists of local residents who give their time voluntarily to keep running the neighbourhood centre and to keep running and to improve all the things that are going on in the community in Barton. None of this council spend would do the slightest bit of good if it wasn't for those people in the Barton community who make sure that things happen and make sure that the things that happen and that we fund are relevant to the Barton community and are things that local people participate in. I understand from the speaker that he occasionally doesn't feel welcome in the neighbourhood centre. I'm not sure if he's asked himself why, but I think I do know that a lot of people are welcomed. Over 100 people at the library, opening over 1,000 people at the Barton Bash, and hundreds and hundreds of people in and out of the door all the time on events many of which are funded by the council, but more importantly, which are run by local people. Thank you.
Ms. Fartwell, you now have a question, and you're only allowed 3 minutes for questions, so you have a whole page which has been circulated to members. If you'd like to be brief and then try and get through it. Thank you.
Oxford Labour councillors took a definitive decision to transfer the delivery of Oxford City Council services into a Companies House registered private entity called Oxford Direct Services in 2017, without first giving the voters of Oxford the right to know about this major alteration. Labour councillors failed to inform the voters of Oxford of this privatisation in the local literature distributed at that local election. Even more galling was that Oxford Labour City Council registered ODS in Companies House in 2017, months before the privatisation was publicly announced and told for the people of Oxford. I was so outraged, I wrote to the local government minister, but his answer was not helpful. It appears to me that once again, and without specific mandate from the voters of Oxford, Oxford City Council and the County Council have agreed on a workplace levy, charging cars in Oxford City Centre, creating 5 bus gates. All this is going to increase the cost for the ordinary workers of Oxford on a standard pay. Oxford manufactures cars. The council recently celebrated the opening of the £444 million Westgate Centre, which has a huge car park. And yet, despite all this, Oxford is bent on destroying or attacking the motor car. Even more troubling is the £200,000 funding to create the Citizens' Assembly, which comes from a climate change lobby. In short, the Citizens' Assembly is a political lobby masquerading as diverse and representatives of the people of Oxford. Oxford Executive Board members, in my view, do not have...
1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. Do not have the academic mandate to implement all the policies of the Citizens' Assembly. And I just say this. They are promising to spend £18 million on climate change policies from the Citizens' Assembly when they're only going to spend £2 million on restoring homeless facilities. Now, don't forget, this council has destroyed 3 homeless shelters in as many years. 3 homeless shelters in as many years. How
Please, you have an opportunity to respond later. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me just show it. You know, how come you think it's okay to spend £18 million on green issues when you're doing nothing to restore the 3 homeless shelters you have completely destroyed?
Thank you. I think from both sides, Mr. Artwell and councillors, we should be respectful of each other's differing views, even where we violently disagree.
Well, it's not a view.
No,
The problem is that Artwell is presenting as facts things which are not factual.
So you have an opportunity to respond now, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, and I will respond. So, I mean, we have been over this ground many times before, so I do feel like a bit of a broken record repeating some of these, some of the answers to the points that he's raising. Firstly, Oxford Direct Services is wholly owned by the council as its only shareholder. It is not privatised or outsourced. So let us just deal with that one first of all. Its profits are ploughed back into funding the city's needs. We have no grant now from government. We have to find ways of generating more income. This is a very good way of making sure that people in Oxford continue to get the services we want to provide for them. Secondly, the council is democratically elected by the residents of Oxford and on this basis has a clear mandate to take decisions about policy and services. Residents are consulted on strategies and policies as they are developed, as they will be with the working place car parking levy. So residents tackling problems of congestion and air quality have long been a stated priority for the City Council and certainly something that we have stood on as part of our manifesto every time we have been elected over the last several decades. And all of the policies highlighted by the questionnaire are subject to public consultation. Thirdly, citizens' assemblies are a well-recognised form of participatory democracy which have been used by governments across the world as a means of developing citizen-led solutions to complex issues. And I would personally like to thank everybody who was involved in the Citizens' Assembly in Oxford, which I thought was a tremendous success and really interesting and has been really valuable to us as a City Council in developing those community-based solutions to problems that we are all facing and which are very, very serious, not just for this city, but for the whole planet. So it is a really crucial issue for all of us. From the outset, we've been clear that it is advisory, with policy making remaining with the council. Assembly members were randomly selected as a representative sample of the residents of the city, and that is a requirement of citizens' assemblies. And the recruitment, organisation and facilitation was all provided by Ipsos Mori, who are a reputable national company. They're well respected and they're independent. So a wide cross-section of interest was brought together to advise the City Council on the structure and content of the Citizens' Assembly, and an advisory group involved Labour, Lib Dem, Green and Conservative councillors, academics and business, as well as community representatives, to make sure that we got the Citizens' Assembly right. And I think it has delivered for us a really good challenge to what we need to do moving forward as a city. So that's my response to you.
Right, so we just finished the questions. I don't believe we have Jonathan Bard here, do we? Is that a point of order, factual point of order? I believe it is, yes, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have noted the outcry that came out across the chamber, because I think it's been said often enough, and I think everyone understands now that, you know, we're not in the business of closing down homeless hostels, despite it being repeated by various people, and unfortunately it is misinformation. In fact, the number of supported beds that we've had access to in recent years to place people who have been sleeping rough has actually gone up. Lucy Faithful House has closed, but the beds there have been re-provided in community settings throughout the city. in just regular houses that have support workers to provide support to the people living there. So there's not one building, there's no big hostel that you can see, but the beds are there in the community. Simon House has closed, being redeveloped for much needed housing, but it's been replaced by Matilda House, which is something we can be really proud of, really high quality supported accommodation in Cowley, and it was a real honour to be able to open that. And of course, most recently, we've had the opening of Floyd's Row. It's open at the moment for up to 20 people, but when it's fully opened in March, there will be up to 56 bed spaces there, and that's going to make a real difference and really take us closer towards our goal of nobody having to sleep rough on the streets of our city. So thank you for allowing me to rebut that information. It really does make me cross when these lies are repeated and given any credence at all.
Thank you. Has been a long agenda, so I appreciate people's sort of patience. I think people are beginning to flag. We still have over an hour left, I'm afraid. So let's move promptly through the agenda on to item 16A, Oxford Strategic Partnership, which I believe Councillor Brown's going to introduce.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could you just remind me which page number it's on?
161.
161. Thank you. Yes, well, first of all, I'd just like to, I'm not going to say very much on it because it is a long agenda, but I would like to say that I think that we've seen something of a new lease of life in the Oxford Strategic Partnership over the last year, and I'm really grateful to Baroness Royal for agreeing to chair it. I think she's been doing an excellent job. And I think one of the reasons for that is because it feels like it's got a bit of a new sense of purpose around the whole idea of an inclusive economy. And sort of having that level of focus around one area, I think, has been very valuable. Some members in the Chamber may have been to some of the inclusive growth seminars that have grown out of the OSP. I think they have been really, really useful and valuable. Interestingly, a number of my fellow leaders in surrounding councils have been beginning to attend these seminars, and I'm hoping they might learn something from them and take messages back and use them in their own councils. But I do think it's a really valuable body for bringing together different partners across Oxford and Oxfordshire to focus on the issues which are burning issues in our city, which we cannot solve alone, but we can work together to deliver. There's more in this particular paper. If anyone wants to ask me questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Gant.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thank you for this report. I was on the OSP for a bit, and I always found it a very useful organisation to attend because it's different from others, and it's just has a very interesting range of people on it. Just a couple of points. First of all, I absolutely agree that Baroness Royal is a very good chair. Paragraph 37 does say that the partnership now has a new strong chair. Just to reinforce, I hope that doesn't imply that the previous chair was not valued, because both the interim chair and the previous one were also excellent. I was very interested in what you say about the impact on other leaders and other councils. The whole language around growth is important. Language matters, as we keep being reminded by politicians who don't use it in a responsible way. And I was very interested in paragraph 23, which says that the theme of inclusive growth has now been renamed as inclusive economy. And at Growth Board level, there's been a lot of talk about this whole idea of growth and what kind of growth. And at paragraph 29, there's a whole list of very excellent objectives. And I hope that the leader will continue that process of feeding this kind of thought process and this kind of language into the Growth Board and into the discussion more widely.
Is there any more questions? I have one on page 163, the Low Carbon Oxford subgroup. And as I think most members know, the Low Carbon Oxford group's been in existence for some time, which had the 2020 target, 40% reduction, as said here. There was, as an outcome of the Citizens' Assembly announcement of a similar group, and I'm presuming it's this same group refreshed or rebranded or redone something with. I just wanted to seek clarity. They weren't setting up two low-carbon groups with stakeholders and organisations from across the city.
I'm looking at Caroline for advice on that, but I think she's saying yes. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're trying to bring the two ideas together and refresh this particular group. Just in response to Andrew's point, yeah, I think in the context of the OSP, it is really critical to be talking about an inclusive economy, because it's not just about growth, it is about our existing economy and making sure that it actually delivers for people across the whole community. I think it is slightly different in terms of the growth board, because by definition it is talking about growth, but the inclusive agenda I think is really important, and it absolutely, that and sustainability are two issues that I constantly raise at the growth board, both in our sort of meetings that we have as a growth board and also in our discussions with leaders across the county. And I think it is beginning to have some resonance with the other leaders, and I do feel that we are beginning to have a slight change in mindset around the need to make sure that growth is delivering for the people in Oxfordshire more widely, and making sure that we're looking after our citizens, particularly those who are most disadvantaged.
Thank you. There's no more questions. That's just for noting this report. Thank you very much. We'll move on to 16B, which is another report from yourself, which is on page 171.
In view of the time, Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to take questions on the report and just basically hope that everyone has read it. So might be the easiest way.
Yeah. Do we have Councillor Gant?
Yep, sorry, I don't want to keep everybody from their bikes and their buses home, but just similar things to on the last report, actually. Firstly, I thought this was an excellent report. I'll say that because Caroline's about to go. Paragraph 1 begins with this statement: government have identified the area known as the Oxford-Cambridge Arc as an economic priority. It then goes on to say local authorities have recognised the need for collaboration and engagement, which doesn't actually say that government haven't recognised the need for engagement, but it kind of implies it. And that's an important point, related to what we were saying about our friend Mr. Shapps as well. Paragraph 7 talks about the leaders group, and paragraph 8 about the executive committee. One of the threads around public engagement with this whole process are these bodies with names like executive committee, which makes it sound like it's got executive authority, and we keep being told, well, no, it hasn't. But it does matter, how people perceive these things. On paragraph 8, the leader, or the chair, I should say, of the Oxfordshire-wide leaders group is Councillor Wood, and I wonder whether the leader thinks it is of any significance that, as far as I know, he's the leader of the only council that has not formally opposed the expressway. Just picking up a couple of other things, in paragraph 13, I was very interested to read bullet point 4 around the environment. That was excellent to read that, especially since it specifically refers to the motion passed by this council around advancing the national natural capital agenda passed in July of next year. So I look forward to following that through. And then just two points very briefly. In paragraph 14, again, this is talking about the workshops. The language here is just more encouraging than we read in other documents like the local industrial strategy, and I hope that will continue to be a trend. And at the end of paragraph 17, it talks about our most significant challenges, and it puts them in this order: climate change, health and well-being, inclusive economy. Now, they're sometimes the other way around, and this is right.
Is there any, to respond to that? Or so, I don't think we've heard anyone else asking to talk on it. So.
Okay, well, thank you. Firstly, just on the issue of an executive committee, I should make it clear it doesn't actually exist at the moment. So, Councillor Mills has been appointed, in theory, to a committee that doesn't exist. In all honesty, the ARC is quite an amorphous body at the moment. We're still working on how to engage with it with each other and with government, and to try and come together to make sure that if there is to be development in our area and investment into our area from government, that we are best able to have some kind of democratic mandate to ensure that the infrastructure funding that comes with it is spent in the interests and with the consent of local people. With those key aims that you just picked out as being key to all of it. In terms of your question about Councillor Wood and the significance or otherwise of Charlwell District Council's views on the expressway, I don't think there is any significance in terms of his position as chair of the group. I think there's actually an increasing number of councils across the whole ARC area who are against the expressway, so I think it's an interesting and developing viewpoint, and we shall have to see where government ends up on that. Obviously, we're aware that Mr Shapps decided in the middle of an election campaign that he wasn't perhaps so keen on it after all, but it's gone terribly quiet since then, it appears, so we'll have to see where he ends up on that one. I mean, beyond that, I mean, I think all I can say about the ARC at the moment is it continues to be a way of us engaging with each other as councils across this area and with government. We do know, it was in the Conservative Party manifesto, that they are committed to putting quite a lot of investment across the ARC area. It's going to be important that our voice is being heard in that room to say, we want it to be, you know, we want infrastructure to be sustainable, we want it to make sure that it's delivering houses for people who can't afford to buy big executive houses but might want some social housing, and we need to make sure that we're getting investment into public transport, cycling and pedestrian routes, as well as expressways if we end up having to have an expressway. I still hope that we don't.
Thank you. This is obviously for noting, so I take it that we note it as a council. Moving on to item 17, Scrutiny Committee update from Councillor Gant.
Yes, thanks, Lord Mayor. In the interest of time, I won't add anything to what's already in the report. I'd just like to thank our excellent officer, Tom Hudson. The items that we looked at are in the report, and the recommendations and responses are at the back.
Does anyone, I know that a lot of effort goes into these reports, and it's always deflating when you take them to council. As a previous chair of scrutiny, no one asked any questions. But, right, does anyone have any questions? It's a bit of a lead-in. Well, that's a no, but thank you very much for your hard work as chair of scrutiny. And we'll move swiftly on to item 8. We'll note that report and move swiftly on to item 18. Yep.
I've just been asked to give Councillor Bailey Summers' apologies for the whole meeting. She's had a car breakdown in Basingstoke, so she won't be joining us at all this evening.
And we were hanging on and lengthening the meeting just in the hope that she could make it. So, we can go faster now. Right, so item 18, it's for me to propose the first motion, and because Councillor Jafari Marbini's had to go home, I know Councillor Arshad's kindly agreed to present and second this motion, and Steph Garden is going to be also speaking to it. So, I'm proposing this motion on supporting refugee children. It's a cross-party motion, and thank you very much for support. I'm just going to propose it briefly from the chair. So, people may remember what was called the Dubs Amendment, which was to give refugee children the right to actually connect with members of their family wherever they were within the EU. So, for example, if a Syrian refugee went to Greece and knew that there was a brother or other family member within the UK, they had the right to move under something called the Dublin regulations to actually then join their sibling within the UK. And that was actually, when we came to the EU withdrawal bill in Theresa May's original bill, that right was included. So we continued the right that we already had under the EU, the Dublin regulations, into the withdrawal bill. When Boris Johnson's withdrawal bill came, that had been taken out. And so hence the so-called Dubs Amendment, the right of refugee children, was removed. Now, just to bring people up to date, because at the time I wrote this motion, the parliamentary timetable was saying that they wouldn't be discussing the withdrawal bill until starting today. In fact, they discussed it last week and passed it last week. However, the motion's worded still to push for regulations similar to the Dublin regulations to be agreed as part of the negotiations around the EU trade agreements, and to actually include that in the negotiations with the EU going forward. So all hope is not lost. In fact, the government has said, whether or not we can trust them is something else, that they will consider putting measures similar to the Dublin regulations and include them as part of the deal with the EU that they're negotiating at the moment. So I think that although the Lords tried to re-amend the withdrawal bill and it was thrown out by Parliament last week, I still think this is relevant as a motion because it asks us to continue to push government. And they have said they will include them again, but we don't know whether to trust them. So more pressure we can apply, the better. So I'll leave it at that as a more sort of factual introduction. I just say on a sort of personal note, obviously we've had Holocaust Memorial Day around sort of refugees and treatment of refugees, and I spoke sort of personally about my own history and the fact that I come from sort of Jewish refugee stock. And in fact, I phoned my mother today, who's in her sort of late 80s, and I asked her, you know, your father who came across as a refugee, what age was he? And he was 17. He was an unaccompanied 17-year-old coming to this country. Now that shocked me because I'd assumed he was a young man and somewhat older. And he came to join his aunt who was here. So actually the Dublin regulations resonate very much with me, although where they came from wasn't in the EU. That principle is something I think we should preserve, because without that I wouldn't be here. So just to end on that personal note and hand over to seconder, Lubna Arshad, if you wanted to say anything.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to actually be speaking on behalf of Councillor Hosnia. So she writes, I lived through the Iran-Iraq war, a war in which Britain supplied Iraq with the raw materials for chemical weapons. I really struggled with being able to fall asleep at night because I was terrified of the nightly raids. The real fear was that we wouldn't wake up. The familiar sounds of my grandparents, aunts, uncles, which often woke us from a sleep, dispelled those fears. To think that as a country we are not going to be allowing traumatized refugee children, this basic comfort shames me. There are no safe routes for children to find safety in the UK. Staring into this crisis, a crisis not of resources but of compassion, means we have to confront some uncomfortable truths. The blue-eyed 4 to 5-year-old gets a lot more sympathy than the 15-year-old subjected to dehumanizing dental checks to prove that he is indeed a child. The fear of the brown or black other taking from us, stoked and strengthened through centuries of colonialism and imperialism, where we took from them, has got us here. We have all heard colleagues, relatives and loved ones express such views. It is uncomfortable, but we need to confront our past and our own complicity in the current crisis of compassion to build a new story for our country, one in which every child is in need of safety can find it here. Muhammad Asaf, 12, writes, when my teacher asked me what I wanted to be, I did not say a refugee, but I am a child who left his country to strangers, who witnessed a war. Refugee, refugee, the word the West was holding for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Steph Garden.
A poignant reminder of all the unaccompanied minors that have travelled, that have fled countries, and I think that's really important to remember, that these aren't people just necessarily leaving for other reasons than fear, leaving families behind. And I think it really comes down to the respect for family life and compassion towards others that lie at the heart of this motion. As the United Kingdom withdraws from the EU, it is incumbent on all of us to ensure that the promises that Britain would be a better and a fairer place are upheld. This government professes to uphold British values, British family values. These values should see families united through safe legal passage. We need to hold this government to account. We cannot accept the role of bystander. The government has to hear that the principle of the Dubs Amendment is supported by voters from across the country. We should support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just do a very brief summing up and then we'll move to a vote on this. We've agreed previously that we'll just have the three speakers. And the only thing I wanted to do is just put some numbers on that, because I forgot to mention, I did ask how many children were affected or essentially admitted under the Dublin regulations, and it was 400 into the UK last year, so significant numbers. And I tried to find out the figures for Oxford, and we don't differentiate between ones that children, asylum seekers and refugees that come in under the Dublin regulations or just come in through other means, but I can say it's 40 children in Oxford. So it's significant numbers, and those figures came from Asylum Welcome, which people know is one of my good causes I'm supporting this year. So some of those would have come in under the Dublin regulations, but so we're still talking significant numbers who could be affected. So with that, I'll just like to move to a vote. Those in favour, please show. I think it's unanimous. Thank you very much for your support on that. And we'll move on to motion 2, licensing private sector homes, proposed by Councillor Linda Smith and seconded by Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This council was a pioneer in 2010 when it became the first local authority in England to require every HMO within its boundaries to be licensed. Since then, the City Council has been proactively inspecting HMOs in Oxford to ensure that landlords and agents are meeting the safety standards. Every year, the City Council carries out about 700 inspections of HMO properties in Oxford. Between 2011 and 2016, the City Council undertook 82 prosecutions and issued 47 formal cautions against rogue landlords and agents of HMOs. In 2017, the government gave local authorities the ability to issue financial penalties to rogue landlords and agents, and since then the City Council has issued 57 fines for offences relating to HMOs, including renting unlicensed, cramped and unsafe properties. The City Council ensures the HMO meets the government's minimum safety standards for homes, including the amount of space per person, the heating of the property, fire and electrical safety, and that the property has suitable kitchen, toilet and washing facilities for all the tenants. Pretty basic stuff, I hope you'll agree. The landlord or their property manager is a fit or proper person, i.e. that they have not committed any housing-related offences or crimes involving fraud, violence, drugs or certain sexual offences. And it ensures that the landlord or their property manager complies with the City Council's waste collection scheme for the storage and disposal of household waste at the HMO, something important in all our wards, I am sure. But there is now an emerging trend in Oxford of rogue landlords or their agents deliberately dodging the council's HMO licensing scheme and continuing to rent out dangerous or substandard properties to tenants. Some rogue landlords and agents who have been prosecuted or declared not a fit and proper person to hold an HMO licence have started renting their properties to single families or deliberately reducing the number of people living in the property to below the HMO threshold. There have also been cases in Oxford where landlords have rented to families or couples but deliberately set the rents at HMO levels, so tenants have to sublet the property in order to pay the bills. This is known as a rent-to-rent scam. A 2014... Okay, I'm going to move on. I'll just say all Oxford residents deserve a safe home, and as a council, we should make sure that we do everything in our power to try and ensure that they have one. I believe that now means backing a citywide licensing scheme, And I've asked officers to draw up a scheme for consultation and then approval by this council, and then for submission to government for the necessary approval by the Secretary of State. And I hope that council will support this course of action and support a mandatory licensing scheme for all privately let homes in the city. It is just the principle where I'm asking you to support this evening. There's still a lot of work to do in order to draw up those proposals and to consult on the scheme. And I don't know if you're planning on moving your amendment, but you will. Okay, so I'll talk to that then.
Thank you. And we'll have a Councillor Taylor. You can either speak now or reserve your right, and then we'll move to the amendment.
No, I'll speak now. And Linda, thank you for proposing this important motion. I think we're all very, very well aware of the pressures on housing across the city and the difficulties that people have in finding affordable and suitable accommodation. Although there's processes whereby substandard private lets can be reported, the onus of doing this is on tenants who may not be confident around the processes, may not have English as a first language, or may be worried that if they complain that they're going to compromise their tenancy and thus be in a very vulnerable position. If you drive a car, the onus is on you to demonstrate that it's roadworthy via an annual MOT test. I think that's something that's very well accepted by those of us who, I probably shouldn't say it actually, who do drive. And it really doesn't seem too much of a leap that those who own houses that are privately rented shouldn't demonstrate that their accommodation is adequate and in a good state of repair. I'm sure that all responsible landlords will welcome this as an opportunity to ensure that their property is at an appropriate standard and make good any deficits. And I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we do have an amendment which has been indicated it's still going to be put, and I believe it's Councillor Wade who's proposing and Councillor Gant who's seconding. Would you like to propose your amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm proposing this amendment in an attempt to improve this motion, not to stop the motion. It's to ensure that we as councillors can make an informed decision on the best possible evidence as to how we licence private rented sector properties, if indeed that is what we decide to do. We heard from Mohammed Sadiq Kalam earlier this evening, and he was a very important speaker because he said some of the things that members of the landlords community need to say and will say, and we need to hear them. We need to hear everybody. We particularly have to hear the tenants, we have to hear residents generally, we have to hear the people of Oxford. We represent them. But he was important tonight, and I heard him, and I think we all did. And we realised that what he was saying was very sensible and needed to be taken into account. If I can rewind for just a moment, because I know it's late. We have 60,000 homes in Oxford, 33 of which are believed to be privately rented. That's a huge proportion by any city standards in Britain. It is thought that 13% of these are in a state of disrepair, according to the most recent survey, which is now 6 years old, I'm afraid. That's about 2,600, we think, are probably in a poor state. So we will have to inspect 20,000 houses, which are probably in the private rented sector, and require improvements in about 2,600 of those, along with our HMO monitoring, which will of course continue. This is a huge undertaking, and I'm sure we all recognise that. Our group thinks that the MHCLG will want us to accompany our request for increased powers with exactly the kind of information that we're proposing in this amendment. I hope that colleagues across the chamber will support this amendment. The work that we're recommending will just make it much more likely that, assuming the evidence comes out in the way that we all hope it will, and that we can then begin to manage the private rented sector, we can introduce this licensing maybe with more assistance from the government than they've offered us at present. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Gant, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll just speak very briefly because Liz has said it all. Yes, look, I mean, obviously this is an excellent idea and I'll be supporting the motion whether it's amended or not. But if it's amended, I think it will give us, a better motion. Councillor Smith's written answer to the earlier question.
Councillor Wade, you're...
said that there's no evidence that imposing a licensing cost on landlords would put up rents. Well, you know, surely it is common sense that if you increase the cost, then you're going to have to balance that somewhere. And it seems to me obvious that it will cause some landlords to simply not remain in the market. And I would simply like a detailed assessment of the potential impact on the PRS to avoid perverse outcomes.
Thank you. So I'm now opening up debate on the amendment. So Councillor Smith, Councillor Aziz, Councillor Ajadadin.
Yeah, so I'd like to ask colleagues to reject this amendment. I don't accept it as the mover of the motion. I think that there's two reasons for that. The first part is just scaremongering, and you know, it's not something that has any sort of evidence or and it's not something that I would want to support. Secondly, I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding of where we are with this process. This is just an opportunity for this council to support the principle of a licensing scheme. You know, you're asking officers to evaluate a licensing scheme when we don't know the details of it yet. You know, what I'm asking officers to do is draw up proposals for a licensing scheme. That hasn't happened yet. You know, when that has happened, it will go out to consultation and it will need to be agreed by either Cabinet or Council or possibly both. And there will be all the usual opportunities for scrutiny to ask those questions and look into the detail and perhaps improve it. So for those reasons, I'd ask Council to reject the amendment.
Councillor Aziz and Councillor Azad.
So I'd also like to suggest that we do not accept the amendment, and it's for very clear and principled reasons. And just to echo what Councillor Smith has said, right now the principle of this scheme is being set up. We will have plenty of time to scrutinise it and to look through the details, but I think it's wrong to add that amendment at this stage. And also, just to be extremely clear about this, as of when the government set up the Rogue Landlords Register, only 4 landlords across this country were referred to this register by 3 councils. This is simply unacceptable. And furthermore, in 2019, a Guardian article states very clearly that out of a tiny fraction of an estimated 10,500 rogue landlords, very few are being reported. So the onus of a local authority is to protect people's rights. And that's what this legislation should be about. And the final point I want to make is there's been lots of conflation about increasing, homelessness could potentially be increased and all of this. There is simply no evidence, and I think we have to be really careful, and we should only be speaking factually. But one of the facts of the matter is that across this country, increasing numbers of people are now renting. They have very few rights. They're being moved around from pillar to post. And I think Oxford should be leading the way as a city in terms of improving the rights of the people who live here. And I think that is what we should be doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Just to say, I have Councillor Azad, Councillor Wolfe and Councillor Hollingsworth, and I intend to draw the line under the debate on the amendment in the interest of time. Councillor Azad.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to highlight that how these private rented properties, my father came in 1962. At that time, properties prices were about £3,000, £3,500. People worked really hard to earn their money and doing overtime to buy a few houses, which are worth £450,000 now. And they haven't come to them free. They have bought them, and now their forefathers or their fathers are letting their children to manage. And the other thing is making a selective licensing will scrutinize more landlords who are helping council to have rented properties and preventing homelessness. And there are a lot of evidence which can be proved that why license rent have been increased, and people are complaining that they can't afford rent because of these legislation been put on landlords. And I do think I've got so many other examples, even from tenants, how they've been treated by some of the legislation which council has put on landlord and tenants. For example, they've been told to stay in their houses, not to pay rent, unless landlords go to the court and get eviction order. And that takes about 6 months to do that. And after that, they've been told, unless bailiff comes to your house and you hand in the key, nobody can evict you. And by that time, some of the landlords are in debts of £10,000, £12,000, and tenants is suffering by the council and by the landlord. So I would request, even if rent guaranteed schemes in my ward, nothing has been explained to landlord, nothing has been explained to tenants, and license agreement has been kept in the folder. By tenants are saying this is the council's property, it's not city council private property. That confusion should be stopped and no selective licenses. City of Oxford's equal opportunity and everybody should be treated equally. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf, and I'm sorry, Councillor Rowley, you have an opportunity to speak on the substantive, but I've drawn the line under the amendment. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is on the amendment, of course. As has been said, the private rented sector is hugely important in this city of all. I think more than 50% of the people in the city now rent. And the numbers involved, as Councillor Wade, I think it was, or Councillor Gant made clear, the number of properties involved is very large. So any kind of rollout of a scheme like this is going to have to be done with immense care. I do understand that this is early stage in the discussion, but the motion actually talks about there's a lot of talk about talking with central government, but I think I am a bit queasy in what Councillor Smith said, which is a very good speech, but she did highlight that actually the HMO licensing scheme had unintended consequences, quite severe unintended consequences, in fact. And it's the unintended consequences with policies that are kind of pushed through a bit too quickly that I'm worried about, and I'm concerned about the need for consultation with tenants, with landlords, of course, of different types, and of course there are some that have many properties and many who will be affected, some in this chamber who've just got, say, one. I feel that there's a need for great caution. There's a need for some scheme, because I'm sure that there are problems. We've been told tonight that the one consequence will not be that rents rise. But I mean, I would want to see much more evidence that that is the case. I've got nothing before me at the moment, and we just passed a living rent motion. We could be working, against each other. So I'm minded to support this amendment because I think it introduces a note of caution, which I think is appropriate at this stage. But at the same time, we are on a track to consider this sort of scheme. But I'm really worried about unintended consequences that can impact, particularly on the vulnerable.
Thank you. Councillor Hollingsworth and the final speaker on this amendment.
Thank you. I think it was Councillor Gant said that there is no evidence, and Councillor Wolf has just said there is no evidence. Well, you haven't seen it because you haven't looked. It took me 15 seconds using a well-known search engine to identify MHCLG's report, and a very extensive report, not a little one, several hundred pages, an independent review of the use and effectiveness of selective licensing schemes, published in June 2019, updated in September 2019, page 78, paragraph 940. I will read it. And I just found this while the amendment was being moved. It's not difficult. Analysis of Valuation Office agency data on private rent levels in licensed areas does not support the claim that licensing has had a demonstrable effect on rent levels, with a reference if you want to look. On average, lower quartile rents in the areas interrogated increased by 274% over a representative 5-year period, during which licensing was introduced in each case, while the licence fee alone, spread over 60 months, would account for an average increase of less than 3%. Even in the minimum case, the The rent increase over the 5-year period was over 22 times the increase that can be ascribed to the licence fee alone. This is compelling evidence that the impact of market forces on rent levels dwarfs that of the cost of a licence. There is evidence if you care to look for it.
Thank you. So back to you, Councillor Wade, for a summing up of the amendment.
Only very briefly, Lord Mayor. I'm not sure that the Google evidence that we've just heard is particularly relevant to the amendment that I've just proposed. I don't, well...
Significant extra costs, you said. The evidence is there isn't. Seems quite relevant.
The evidence of Google is not evidence that I would want to accept.
Sorry. So, yeah.
83.6 of our Constitution requests councillors are polite and respectful. I would actually urge you to actually remind councillors of that. Part of our Constitution.
The Deputy Lord Mayor was just reminding me of the same point in the Constitution, and just to allow someone to sum up. Thank you.
I'm not sure I'm prepared to sum up any further beyond saying that I think this amendment is important because it will improve the quality of the motion. It will improve the work that's done because it will be very clear what has to be done. I hope that other members in the Chamber will agree that this is a useful way forward. If you don't, then I'm sorry and I apologise for wasting your time late on a Monday night, but it seemed important to me that we should do this, and I hope you'll hear that. Thank you.
So we're just going to move to a vote on the amendment, which is on the bottom of page 63. Those in favour, please show. It's getting late, Councillor Smith. It's the amendment. I think I did say the amendment. Yeah, thank you. And those against? Okay, I think the amendment clearly falls. So now we're discussing the substantive motion, and Councillor Rowley, I had you down to speak. I don't know if you still wish to. Is there anyone wishes to speak, or do you just sum up? I mean, we haven't really had much debate on it. There's no need for summing up, but you can just...
There is something.
Okay.
Councillor Hollingsworth's forensic production of evidence has rather blown my somewhat folksy anecdote out of the water, but I'm going to use it anyway. And, I just wanted to address this concern about it pushing rents up. Those of us in the Chamber who are landlords in Oxford, particularly if you use a letting agent, perhaps, you can have a think about when you've shown the estate agent round and you've discussed, what you'll be charging for your property. Does the estate agent turn around and say, well, what are your costs? Or do they base, the rents that you'll be asking on what people are able or prepared or feel they have to pay to secure that property? And I'll leave it there.
Sorry, move to a vote now on the substantive motion, which is unamended. Those in favour, please show. And those against? And abstentions? Okay, thank you very much. Now moving on to the next motion, motion 3, car parking and vehicle management in the city centre. And I believe that's proposed by Councillor Gant with Councillor Tom Landell-Mills seconding. And we have an amendment from Councillor Hollingsworth. So let's hear from the proposer and seconder first.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I will be very brief. And may I just start by saying that I may potentially have to leave before the conclusion of this item, in which case, naturally, I will waive my right to sum up. Sorry, was that funny? What did I say that was funny?
Member respect. I mean,
yes.
And we could, as it gets late, I'm sure we can all see humour in lots of different places, but please show some respect and at least have the decency of allowing proposer to speak. Thank you.
Yes, I was trying to do fellow members the courtesy of explaining to them by apologising that I might have to leave because I have to pick up a member of my family. I regret if that's amusing, but that happens to be the case. So I'll speak briefly. Lord Mayor, the availability of parking spaces in council facilities and the cost of using them are a key tool in managing car use in our city. We all know that car use in our city is not how we would want it to be, and I believe that this council needs to review its actions in this respect as a matter of urgency. To take just one example, the planning condition, the planning agreement of the Westgate Alliance allowed the Alliance to set car park charges in its car park on condition that it, and I quote, has regard to other factors including charges in council facilities. Does council believe that that is working as we would want it to? Because I do not. That is the sort of issue that would be captured by this review, and others are mentioned in the motion. It seems to me that this is perfectly obvious this is a good idea, and I hope we all vote for it.
Councillor Landell Mills, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I reserve my right to that name.
Right, thank you. And so we have an amendment from Councillor Hollingsworth, and I don't believe I've got a seconder.
I'll be very quick, so Andrew gets to sum up, I hope. I wanted to amend this. I find it a difficult motion to amend, as the monitoring officer will ascribe. But what I wanted to include was that which had been left out, which is the fact that there have been 50 years of policies along the lines that the councillor who's moved the motion now wants us to have. It's one of those sort of tricky motions. I don't know whether it was deliberate or not. If it was diabolically clever. I'm never sure that Councillor Gant is diabolical, but I do know he's clever, so he may well have done it deliberately. The point of the amendment is to emphasise what has gone before, with the need to keep all of those policies under review, but to do so meaningfully. As Councillor Gant has said in moving the motion, the Westgate planning condition is a planning condition. This council cannot amend a planning condition, so I would accept that there is much that needs to be done to improve the workings of the traffic system around the Westgate, and the council is having a meeting with the Westgate tomorrow to address exactly that issue. It doesn't require a policy review, it just requires action which is already happening. It is also quite clear that the original motion, which is why I'm amending it, wanted to do two things: maximise income while trying to address traffic issues. I think maximising income is the wrong priority, and that is why I wanted to change it. As the climate emergency makes clear, and as our traffic policies 50 years ago, and indeed the ones we've been talking about today, make clear, we need to not just keep the status quo, but reduce the amount of private car traffic in the city. The logical consequence of that, and indeed the policy tool which this city has used and will continue to use, is to reduce the numbers of spaces in which those private cars will park, whether it's through residence parking zones or through workplace parking levies, or through the gradual reduction in parking spaces right the way across the city. And I think that is the policy direction that's embedded in our strategies, in our policies, and indeed the financial implications of it are embedded in and referred to, I believe, in the medium-term risks of the medium-term financial strategy. That seems to me the direction to go in, and obviously we need to keep it under review, but I think to say that there is no policy to start with, which is the implication of the original motion, I think is untrue and unhelpful.
Thank you very much. Who is your seconder? Councillor Turner, right? You've nominated him. Fine, that's okay. So we now have a... so shall we... Sorry, I've lost my thread. It's getting that time. We're on the amendment still. Yes. Yeah, I think I don't think we've heard anyone else wishing to speak, so if you want to sum up.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, don't I have to say if I accept it or not?
Oh, yes.
Someone's paying attention. The short answer is no. Thank you, Alex, very much for your very polite speech and for your kind words. Obviously, there is obviously a cumulative effect to manners, that if somebody is ill-mannered, if somebody else is excessively polite, then that cancels out the earlier occasion. Well, look, I mean, look, first of all, the two bullet points at the end of the motion are in that order, you know, to limit car use and, having done that, then to make sure that the financial benefit to the council is as we would want it to be. I think we're seeking the same objective. I think the two bullet points that you have ended up with are basically the same thing, although probably better expressed, and certainly more politely expressed. But the difference is that the amendment seems to me to start from the position that everything is absolutely fine. Well, if to paraphrase the great Jerry Rafferty, let me lead you through the streets of Oxford and I will show you something that will make you change your mind. Wasn't it?
So, okay, we don't have we don't have any Jerry Rafferty fans, and I think people will point out the slight inaccuracy in your quote lyrics as well.
Fair cop, Lord Mayor. Fair cop. Not really my field. Fair cop. But no, I can't support the amendment without the acknowledgement that the current situation is basically pretty dire. So I urge Council to vote against it.
So let's move to a vote on the amendment. I think we've had discussions given the time. So it's not been accepted, so now we can vote on the amendment. Those in favour, please raise their hands. And those against? And abstentions? Okay. So thank you for that. So that falls. Sorry, the amendment passes. Sorry, it is getting late. It's terrible. I've done about 4 public engagements today, so you excuse me for this. So we have the amended motion before us. Does anyone wish to speak on the substantive motion as amended by Councillor Hollingsworth's amendment? Shall we? We're going to. You have the right to sum up, Councillor Gand.
No, thanks.
Okay, so we're now voting on the motion as amended. Those in favour, please show. Those against? And abstentions. I think so that motion passes as amended. Thank you. So we have 10 minutes left. And we're on to motion 4, which is bicycle mares proposed by Councillor Wolfe, and I will second that. So, Councillor Wolfe, would you like to?
I'll try and be very brief, Lord Mayor. Bicycle mares originate in Amsterdam, social enterprise in Amsterdam. It's an international network. As the motion, I think, says, the point about bicycle mares is they're not councillors. We do have, of course, an estimable cycling champion within the council who convenes a city cycling forum which meets and is well attended by Cyclox, who of course are Oxford Cycling Campaign, but also many other different groups actually who are represented, many of whom are probably Cyclox members as well, but have their own sort of lobbying agenda as well. It's a really lively and quite sometimes confused sort of cycling lobby, a very big cycling lobby across the city. Councillor Upton's role is significant within the City Council, of course, and I think the main reason for putting this is the idea that there's something to be said for being linked into an international network, particularly one that's based in Amsterdam. They originally came here to learn from us about cycling infrastructure, and then they went and did it, and we ignored it. And there's a lot to learn from Amsterdam, but on the other hand, Oxford has quite a bit to share with other cities around the world, which are part of this network. The motion doesn't go any further than suggesting the idea that we might move in this direction. The actual process by which a cycling mare might be arrived at is yet to be determined if it was supported. One could say, well, actually, de facto, the chair of Cyclox should be the cycling mare or whatever. There's all sorts of processes. But I think there's some value in having some focus Oxford is a wonderful place for having hundreds of different groups all sort of trying to work in the same direction, and sometimes getting focus is very difficult. By having a nominated person, and Louise does a terrific job sort of within the council and convening, but actually having somebody that she and her successors can work with in the city at wide, I think might bring a useful focus to what is actually quite a, well, they talk about trying to organise cyclists is like herding cats, because by our very nature we tend to be very independent-minded. So actually bringing some focus into it, I think, has got some value and is worth exploring, which is what this motion is about. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just briefly second it. I saw about this initiative and being a mayor and cycling. I wrote to them and said, I'd like to be a cycling mayor for Oxford. And they said, no, you misunderstood it. It's not about having a politician. So I was off the hook. It was actually about having not a mayor who cycles, but someone who has the title of mayor who is not a politician. And it's rather similar to the sort of cycling champions that many cities now have. London has Chris Hoy, I think, and Manchester also has a sort of cycling champion. So someone who's significant within the cycling world, who's done some achievements within the cycling world, who are people who we can look to as independent of the political process, who can reflect the views, as Dick said, of the number of different cycling groups. So I think there is value in the champion concept, which many cities have already found there's value in. I think this takes that further. It says there's an international network of champions, if you like. They happen to have called them cycling mayors to give them a little bit more status. But I think there is value in us having that and recognising someone from outside the council who has that responsibility. There's nothing here about the process for selection or nothing here about who that should be. Dick's made some suggestions. I'm sure there'll be many other suggestions. I just think we can see value in the champion idea, and I think the international links adds an extra dimension. I'm sure there will be cycling mayors in Leiden and Bonn and our twin towns that we could link up to, because this initiative is spreading, has many hundreds of cycling mayors at the moment around the world. And so I'd very much like to be able to part of that network, to be able to knowledge share and do that. So nothing about the process, that's still to be decided, but I hope Council will support the idea. Yep.
Thank you. I was a little bit cross you didn't run this past me first, but because you said so many nice things, Dick, I'll forgive you. Because it was actually you and I and Councillor Gant who formed the scrutiny sub-panel that was instrumental in establishing the champion for cycling on the council. And I took on that role, and in that role, as Dick mentioned, I run single-handedly the cycling forum, which brings together cycling businesses, cycle campaign groups, cycling clubs, cycle shops, active travel groups from schools, the university's sustainable transport teams, also. So I hear from all of those people, and I am in a position to actually implement and act on the things I hear from them. So in addition to that, I engage very actively with the public health team at the county council in the School Streets initiative, which we're trying to make it possible for children to cycle and walk to school safely. I attend Cycle Crime Initiative with Thames Valley Police and the university's security services. It was me that first invited the Women's Tour of Britain organisers to come to Oxford and think about coming here, and that in the end resulted in the 3-year deal that the whole of Oxfordshire has. I've spent many hours wandering around the city centre with our city centre manager, identifying sites for new bicycle parking. 160 are going to go in just as soon as the county council allow us to put them on the pavements. That's going to be phase 1. Phase 2 will happen later this year with another couple of hundred. I met the Minister of Transport to talk about cycling funding last year, cycling infrastructure funding. I'm now working up on the Oxford Greenways project, which is looking at developing 10 or 12 routes to come in from the surrounding towns and villages to allow people to be able to cycle into the centre of the city. As you know, I'm talking with Active Oxfordshire about trying to develop perhaps some kind of junior cycling champion as part of the Tour of Britain Legacy programme. To be honest, I think I actually spend more time with the local British cycling rep than I do with my own husband. I'm probably... Don't tell him. Yeah, but, and probably the only thing I'm not doing that a cycling mayor would do is ringing up the Oxford Mail every week to tell them what I am doing. So, although in general I am in favour of anything that helps and promotes cycling, I have to say that I'm opposing this motion because it cuts across what I already do in identifying and leading cycling projects locally, and I don't think, I don't want to bounce the council into agreeing a position that would largely overlap with what I already do.
Councillor Cook wishing to speak.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When you want focus, use some glasses. There's no point seeing double. We already have a champion in our midst, and she's very good. We already have a cycling mayor. He's up there. Last year, it was me. A couple of years before that, it was Mary Clarkson. Before that, Susanna Pressel, John Tanner, Bob Price, Alan Pope, and probably the first one of them all, John Power. Now, at the fear of starting a line of I'm Spartacus and others standing up to say the same, no, I'm the cycling man. No, I think we ought to leave it to someone who's doing an excellent job, Councillor Louise Upton. Thank you.
I haven't got anyone else who wants to speak, and so, Dick, would you like to sum up?
Not really, but would put it for you. I mean, you heard how it originated. Craig would have liked to have been a cycling mayor, but couldn't. And if we're going to be linked into that international network, it can't be a councillor. So, I mean, absolutely, I agree. And you've told me things that you're doing that I didn't even know you were. So that's something you don't even I don't know, and I thought I knew a lot. But but I still think it's something that we could think about looking at as a way of linking into an international network.
So I now move to a vote on that motion. It's not amended, it's as it stands on the papers. Those in favour, please show. Those against? And abstentions? So I think that motion falls. Now, how are we doing for time? Because I got the time slightly wrong. No, 11 minutes we have. Right, okay, so I'm told we have 11 minutes left. So, yeah, Councillor Henwood would, I believe, like to withdraw his motion, but we need council to agree that. So, right. Okay, so that means we can move directly to the one we've all been waiting for. As long as I've been on the council, this motion, Councillor Tanner's been trying to get this motion through. So, Councillor Tanner, the floor is yours.
This has been oven ready for a long time. We are busy as a country replacing our Trident missile system, nuclear missile system, and it's going to cost us more than twice as much as the cost of HS2. That's the scale of the spend. It's unnecessary, it's outdated, and it's ineffective. It is highly likely that the submarine system can now be detected from space, and that any potential enemies will know very well exactly where our missile submarines are, and therefore they can be destroyed. We hope that it will never be used. And most countries in the world, and this is the main point, Lord Mayor, most countries in the world get by very happily without having nuclear weapons. And it includes Germany and Japan and Ireland and lots and lots of countries around the world who don't, most countries, the overwhelming number, do not have nuclear weapons. And in the Non-Proliferation Treaty, we already have a commitment to reduce nuclear weapons and to restrict the number of countries that are having them. In fact, we see a steady increase in the number of countries that are having them, and we simply, what this motion does is to listen to the majority of countries and the majority of the people in the world and say, well, we should support the motion that prohibits nuclear weapons. Because if we don't take action, then every generation, every government will want to renew these terrible weapons And just to remind ourselves, we're talking about, at the moment, 4 submarines, each with 8 missiles and 5 warheads. And each of those warheads has 8 times the destructive power of Hiroshima. 8 times. If they were ever to be used, it would be the impact of the climate emergency, but very, very quickly. There would be, if there's ever a nuclear exchange, there would be winter, permanent winter across the planet, and we will all starve to death. I mean, that's what we're talking about. How can we, and I'm talking about the Conservative Party, my own party, invest money and support the idea of renewing these wonderful nuclear weapons, which trundle up and down the A34, Lord Mayor, week by week as they go up to Coalport and then back to Burfield to be engineered into even more dreadful weapons. I hope you will all support this motion. I would think we should express our views to government, and I think in that regard we will have the full support of the people of Oxford, and thank you for making time.
Yes, so Councillor Gotch, I saw Councillor Wolfe, Councillor Rowley. A seconder. I need a seconder first. Well, I think it's Councillor Tanner to determine his seconder, since it's a Labour motion. Councillor Rush. So, Councillor Rush, would you like to speak or reserve your right?
I will speak briefly. I think we've had 2 beautiful speeches tonight about why we should be doing this. I really thank John for bringing and being patient with this motion and bringing it to the council. I think the last motion of his that I seconded was on twinning, and both of them show our internationalist responsibilities as a council, and both might attract the question of why, as a city council, we should think in this international way. I think we heard very brilliantly from our earlier speaker that this really stands in an Oxford tradition of peace. We know that the city, through the university, has produced more than its fair share of viceroys and colonial administrators and maybe a war criminal or 2. But it's also the city of the Oxford Peace Pledge and the campaign against the Oxfordshire missiles. It's the Oxford Project for Peace Studies. We've got some brilliant Quakers here and all that sort of thing. And this is our history and it's our proud tradition. And it does matter what Oxford says on an issue like this. The collective will of Oxford, as John Tanner said, is expressed in this chamber, and I think it can have an impact on an issue as big as this. And I also think that this motion contains a very practical element. It adds to the voice of those people clamouring for disarmament and peace. We can't make the decision, but we can influence those who can. And this asks our MPs, both of our MPs in the city, to be 2 solid voices for disarmament in the Houses of Parliament. So I'm really, really proud to second this motion and to renew our commitment to being a nuclear-free voice and to call for a nuclear-free world. And in voting for this motion, you too can stand in that great Oxford tradition of peace. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Gotch, Wolfe, Rowley wanting to speak, and we don't have enough time, and the more hands going up, we don't have enough time unless we either move straight to a vote now or agree to extend the time to allow those speakers. So show of hands, who wants to move to a vote? So I think that's overwhelming. So we now will move to a vote. And thank you again, Councillor Henwood, for withdrawing your motion. I think, so thank you for that. Thank you. And let's now move to a vote. Those in favour of motion 6, international treaty. And those against? And abstentions? Fine. Thank you, that passes. Congratulations, Councillor Tanner. And with that, and with that, I'd like to close council. Thank you for your patience. It's been a long agenda.